Yellow.
Yep. Kind of already expelled my mental load.
The sea knows my fate.
Yeah, no. It ties back to the Gnostic prison idea that we do live in hell, no matter how you kind of put it together. But normies do their absolute best to believe that they're not, that this is paradise. Now,
Well,
the
that's
reason for that, and the reason that hell is that it's not necessarily because it's painful. Well, or you could just say, or you could say, like the Buddha would say, everything is suffering, but suffering in and of itself is only bad because of the fear. Suffering is fear of loss. And so the Buddha teaches that when you are afraid of losing nothing and you detach from everything and desire itself, nothing ever becomes painful for you. Well, these normies do the exact opposite. They go full, they just juice in like a vodka candy. Just all of that fear so that their pleasures become greater. But of course their pains become worse. You're I don't know, like someone you mildly care about could die, and you could go to the funeral and you could be like, oh, that's it's life. It's the way it happens.
oh, that's
But
complicated. Like, is it really
but
different
you'd
severities
be
of pain?
yeah, but most normies would be just oh, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm terrible. I can't go to work. I'm gonna wow. But on the flip side, I don't know what a great pleasure would be. Like you
Uh,
can't go to a party and enjoy yourself, can you?
no.
But they can, and they do. And those things are directly tied together.
My technocracy.
Well, like with the funeral example, can you really say that you will just accept it every time a funeral happens?
Yeah, well, I use that example because from experience, yeah, you do like feel because it is a very strong primordial feeling. You do feel that the animal inside you is like, oh, sad. But you understand, like the animal feels, and then you can react. You
Well,
can choose how you are in control. So the animal does feel the pain and the sadness and the whatever. Um, but you're still in control, unlike the normie.
um, yeah, there is a layer of control to it, but it's kind of like the deeper
When
you
you
can
talk,
think about it and appreciate these meat robots and their fat computers. Like it can be really intense to watch them go through that fucking severe pain at a funeral because it did hit me once, and I was at a funeral where I didn't even know anyone there. I was just watching the pain they were going through. It just affected me.
yes, but did you choose? That's the whole point. And when you stepped out of that funeral, did it stay?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I was thinking like, wow, that really fucking affected me. I just walked in there, I almost fucking bursted into tears looking at this family. It was more like I was just reflecting on what happened, not just carrying it.
Like, I'm not saying there is a necessary evil, like the Buddha would say, to feeling anything. Desire isn't inherently something to excise. That's where the Buddha and I disagree. Um,
Science, sorcery.
but normal shits really aren't in control. They're not. They can't choose what they feel. They will go and they will just feel and they'll just react. And
Well,
they'll have a little bit of self-control, just a little, but not enough.
like, we do have more complexity to our minds, but do we really have control over what we think? Because both of us, we will wake up one day, we will come on Discord and say, wow, I fucking hate all of this and all of these people. It's all stupid. And then the next day you're like, wow, I can't wait to get on there and talk about something.
Yes, but you can feel that, and then you can reflect on that feeling and say, well, you can have a decision step. You can digest that instead of just feeling and doing and nothing in between.
At least until you've experienced it and reflected on it at least once. Which,
Yeah, that's the process. If you've never, if this is new and you don't understand it, then there's no understanding and make a choice step. Now I see, like, from a deterministic point of view, that understanding and make a choice step is just the sum of previous sensations. And so it's just more complex programming than feel and react.
yeah, you're still like,
But we're aware of that fact. That's we're sentient. We're effectively a paradox because we are programs that program themselves.
yes.
Or at least we can choose to believe that's the case.
We, so it has, it's not really important if we actually become enslaved to the sensation of like a room, because that's kind of something, just kind of typing. I'm like writing about this thing. We call it the dimensions of instance, where we can sit here and talk about something, but we are isolated from the actual sensations and all the things that we're not accounting for, even if we think we were accounting for them. So, like, you can still get really fucked up by something, even if you were aware of it, or just that the thinking phase. There's more. Yeah, there's. We have enough of an internal environment to almost become our own programmer.
Yeah,
Go away.
yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I was just sorting out the part about, like, as we will get fucked up by the touch of a sensation when we run into it. But yeah, it's like, I guess a mundane person won't reflect on it. Say like, wow, I was saying all this abstract stuff and being detached from this, but then I walked into a funeral and it all just fucking smacked into me. This is something else to think on. Like, why did that happen?
Yeah.
This nest escape.
It is about internalizing and just internalizing the design of reality
Hornet One watches me.
so that you can recognize it, understand it. Although, you know, understand is exactly the word I'm trying to describe here. Understanding is when you can have that platonic world of forms accessible to you so that you can see things in their ideal abstract form, as opposed to their approximate vessel in which they're represented and the sensation through which they're known to you. And so you're taking you're stepping beyond what you are experiencing and seeing, um, into what that thing is in its design, in its essential design. And in being able to do so, um, you then have a choice as to how you react to it. So the example of the funeral is a simple one. If you understand death in its abstract, rather the loss of a person in its abstract, in its world of forms idea, and you encounter it again, then you can choose that direct sensation that you're immediately going to feel. You can make a choice. You could probably make it before feeling it. You can make it while feeling it. You could probably do that. You can say, oh, well, now I stop caring because I don't attach myself to worldly things like people. Or you can say, yes, I choose to be controlled, to be attached to
rationalize it. You're able to understand the logic of it, and it's like someone who's gamed it so well. They're like, yeah, I watch 3.8 hours of TV because I've calculated that it increases my dopamine to the optimal amount so that I can do something else.
Yeah, it's essential. There is deliberation involved, and in doing so means that the control is transferred to you.
Yeah, it is. It's just if you're using the ideas or if the ideas are using you. It's just that people kind of need to get reset to zero so they can wake back up in the world and pick out what is actually working and what isn't. What what is unnecessary? What is a lie?
Well, they need to take that first step of first finding themselves in that world of forms, understanding the abstract of themselves. And that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part because you don't understand what any of that entails. And it requires introspection because you have to find you beneath all the layers of stimulation and so on.
Yeah, that's the ego quest, the ego death quest to figure
Yeah.
out who are you really. No, not your
You have
name.
to
Who are
burn
you?
away the layers of the onion.
It's kind of. I was just reading about the Clipoth. It's kind of like a case around the divine, and it also kind of symbolic of idolatry. It's like an evil inverted energy, and it's also like idolatry, like the idol make out of the ego.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I don't like the dualities of established religions, as in how they understand the lower and the upper. The
Yeah, that's
Yeah, what is up and what's down really, and what is up and what's down varies with every religious teaching. The Clipoth, I guess, yeah, has that. It has a very power centric idea of down. Um,
yeah. It's not like base. I'm not gonna base my worldview on it. It's just gonna be something that I throw out as an example to appeal to authority because that's how mundanes what mundanes appreciate. And say, oh, that's interesting. Oh, he's so esoteric and he's saying something that's established by an authority. You have to play that game.
what I particularly resent about things like the Clipoth is not really the message, and that it's inaccurate, or at least to my opinion, inaccurate. Um, what I resent is that it's impersonal. Uh, you are here, the lower, on the lower bounds of reality, conscious and reflecting and intelligent. But the upper is impersonal. The upper is a machine god. And the machine god trope is so prevalent in so many religions that it gets tiring. And I think that's a recent development. I think that if you took the Kabbalistic teachings at the root, when they were first devised and perfected, instead of adapted to be used, uh, you start understanding the counterpart to what you just said. What it teaches for it will say, well, here you are lower. It's the ego. It's desire and power, but the reason for that to be is because the upper has its own design that necessitates that, and that's been excised from it. It's been because then you can use your religion as a this is bad and this is good, rather than there is good and the bad, bad and the good type of thing.
Oh yeah, that's the problem. Is you shouldn't seek out a doctrine to follow. You should find your own answer and see what resonates. But which, ironically, that requires adopting doctrines transcend. In order to build your self-programming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Test subjects.
But
Bow to me.
you can understand these things through the fact that you can just look at the golden one in normies and people. You can look at people and you can look at yourself. And you can see the start of the duality there between what they are and what you are and why. And from there, you can work your way up into, well, this must be the design of all the universe and time and so on. But you have to get that first part right. And if you don't, it will taint whatever findings you have on the upper. And that's the whole point of starting with yourself.
This city is ours. More warpstone. Now, now.
It's like whenever you do the quest for the self, you can at least do that gold mining thing where you, I don't remember what it's called, have that tray with a screen, move dirt through it and find nuggets.
Panning.
Yeah. So it's good to at least have doctrines if they are shit, because then you can see part of it is what isn't. But it will also video drum the fuck out of you. Either way, think that your bias is part of the enlightenment.
Sorcerer inventor. Yes, yes.
I think things like Buddhism are an understanding that you first need to be pure if you want to be able to get to the pure understanding of the world, but then it just focuses autistically on, well, I can never be pure. I can never be pure. Time to let everything go and die and die in my own head on a mountain. And never actually do anything. Never actually go on a quest for actual knowledge as opposed to just understanding of the self. And so their impasse is still there.
I don't know enough about like what they've experienced. It's something that's intriguing about it to me is I can't really relate to it, and I don't know what they're going through. Like maybe it's a logical, well, I mean it is by virtue of the fact that they made that choice that it is logical, but even to us it might be logical if we information. I mean, like the thing is like it's true, you're always going to be impure. You think that you're ever pure of illusion, come to that's like, but I like that it's actually an excerpt where they try to tell you that self-awareness isn't self-awareness. Like I can appreciate, because I recognize that whenever I complete a quest to find myself, that my ego comes from the chaos of the material world where it forces you into these volatile imbalances that makes you like angry, bitter, makes you go through a bunch of other shit, causes depression. Like maybe it might be the logical choice to just really focus on yourself, and because I don't know what they're fucking doing because they can control their bodily functions with meditation. Like we're not on that level. I don't know what they're going through.
Yeah, my criticism of them is that they are in an extreme level of self-knowing and control. But what do they do with that? I think we live in a world of relativities, and that truth is never in its absolute attainable. Because you're meant to constantly reach for the perfect self and get as far as you can and then come back. And then do whatever you have to do in the world and go back and forth and back and forth. That your craft is never over and that there is no perfect state to attain in life. That perfection is subliminated in death only, which is why the great irony of these monks is that they end up just trying to kill themselves while still maintaining their mortal coil.
It is really fucked up. Like, whenever you get into what Alan Watts was talking about with the German soldiers and that German Zen master who they all have a shocking near-death experience where they realize that everything that exists is nature and nothing is out of place. Then you're like, if you don't have material compulsion like financial stuff, then you're kind of like, it kind of makes you not care about, it makes you do what they do if you don't have a lot of financial compulsion. Like you can help them maintain a temple and it might be fulfilling. So you are content to just like focus on yourself and just die in your mind on a mountain.
Yeah, that's the great irony is that
like we can't
by escaping contentment into asceticism, you go right back to contentment.
But they, in their current contentment, they have more developed mind due to the shit that they're doing. It's like the journey burned them, developed them, and it's like if I had a choice, I would probably also, say fuck it, because it's a really extreme experience to achieve samadhi, and then like it's really our financial compulsions and this chaos that fucking keeps burning us. Like we cannot be freed from it, but it continues to develop us.
Well, okay. Yes, it would. But it's for nothing, it's in vain if you don't have the humility to understand that you're still just a piece of the world. And that you are built up and have all of that potential energy to you so that it can be released. There's never a release with these monks. Because they are self-absorbed. That part of their ego that doesn't want to accept that they can't reach their trad ideal of being the pure nirvana monk, is keeping them from releasing all of that potential that they have in them. And so materialistic despots rule their countries and people regularly eat each other and so on and so forth when they could just step down from the mountain and very handily release that potential that they have back into their societies. That would be one example. And I'm using that example because now they're taking machine guns and shooting Muslims, because that's finally coming back around to them, where the impenetrable mountains that are very convenient to hide in aren't so convenient in the modern age anymore. And now they're realizing, So I chose the path of enlightenment, and I become more and more and more enlightened. But what for? If a bunch of goat herders are going to run up into my mountain with a rifle and shoot me. That's the first part is not the going into the mountain and enlightening yourself is not what I say is that they got wrong. It's the part where you come back down, where Zarathustra steps out of the cave.
It might be the rational conclusion. Like, I've never gone to a mountain and killed myself mentally. Like, I don't. That's what's kind of uneasy about going out into the world is that you might run into this spot in space that just fucking makes you come to a conclusion like that. Makes you discover and realize something. But yeah, like I get that they do take it to an autistic extreme. They might be like, I don't think that they're all enlightened and like maximum enlightened. Why I'm not gonna call myself a Buddhist or look for anything beyond their history and meditation techniques. Like there's other fucking other ways to go about doing it.
Well, again, it's that you can be a Buddhist, but you need to have the humility to understand that there is more. That there is no perfect path and no perfect state to strive for.
There could be, but there is no feasible way to lay it out and cause it to happen. So you have to surrender unto the chaotic world to handle it.
Yeah, you have to see the ideal and reach for it and understand that it was not meant for your fingers. Only so that you would reach and become enlarged in doing so. Yeah, the whole Buddhist teaching is very much is probably the yet another, I would say, religious or spiritual discipline that falls to the Gnostic prison fallacy, that there is no purpose but escape, that the world is evil because it's evil. There's no reason. It's just evil, and escape is the higher good. They never come around to say, well, why is it designed in this way? And how is it that it is so convenient for me to escape in its inherent design? And so again, it is still a machine god that the Buddhist understands his world is controlled by. There's no intelligence from above. There's no intelligence in the design of the world. There's no intelligence to the evil and the suffering that they escape from. They're the only intelligence they know. Although there are variants of that. Some parts of Buddhism borrows from Hinduism and nuances that aspect, but it's just not enough. They don't reach its logical conclusion.
Guide us, Horned One.
Which is that all of this is designed for a purpose. That you are allowed to take that, to make that progression, to achieve that transformation for a purpose. Because all things have their place.
Move, march!
you can't be perfect, but the world is perfect in its design. And so by fulfilling your part of the world, you are made perfect through it. Which is something that Buddhists vehemently disagree with. It's just horrible heresy. Probably something that modern Christians would also disagree with. Or really most modern religions, because modern religions wouldn't appeal to people if that were the case. And so I ramble.
Yeah, that's why it might be a good path to follow if you're still trying to figure stuff out. But there is a point where you have to realize that you are never escaping because that's a delusion. Because you are this prison. You've only become aware of that because of the implements of it. That's Man, that's just doctrine for you. If you attempt to lay a convention, it will not serve its complete purpose. You really, in terms of personal enlightenment, there's no way to go about making that. Trying to force that, trying to lay a plan out. There's only the small bits where you try to induce an ego death on someone. It's the tools. You have a hammer. Don't know how to. I don't know. You have a tool. Just no way to make the grand plan happen for sure, and you don't even really know what the plan is.
Yeah. Yes. The whole point of which is to prove your quality by coming up with the best possible to play the best part in the play that you can without actually knowing where the play is going or what your lines really are. Which is again what terrifies most normies. Terrifies them that you do have to write your own story and act it out, and that it will unless you sacrifice
Systems now.
what needs to be sacrificed, um, be a complete disappointment. And so their choice is to find something that gives them their lines, an existing play, a religion, a political movement, or whatever, a cultural zeitgeist that hands them their lines and tells them what to act and tells them they're doing a good job. And that last part is what they are addicted to. It's the greatest relief to have the technocracy demon slowly cajole them and tell them that they're doing such a good job. that they're so good at what they're doing, that they really are carrying out the story they were meant to. So when they go to their office in the morning, they see that on posters and they're happy. But if I would see that on posters, I would want to shoot the office up for a good reason.
Master Engineer! Mine! Mine!
Yeah, it is. It's like we could always be in a better mindset to try to analyze these things, but like, do you have a time in your life where you estimate that you were unconscious compared to that you had like a transformation that started taking you onto the path?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Do you have a moment in your life where you think that you had a beginning of transformation, a higher awareness? Because that is probably where we get this. Because like that's just how the connection I'm gonna make. Because I just through the beginning of introspection, I decided I wanted to know why, like, why I do things. That just kind of, that still takes like a back seat to all the other shit you go through, but it's pervasive. It does show, pops up occasionally. Like a genuine desire to chase the truth around.
Yeah. And at first you just have to trust that, because it does have a pragmatic side to it, which is that it does lend to you greater control and tends to lead you to further understanding of a lot of things. But like I said, all of that is, it just, it is energy potentialized in you, which can then be exercised to your own discretion, which is
Dicey death!
the important part. Because if all you're gonna do is buy a yacht and try to fuck your friend's wife with all of that, what good was it for?
Greatest, best inventor!
Yeah, it is like, maybe they really do get it supplanted into their head by consumerism to make their goal material with like zero want of truth. Why that here? Like, there are moments where they're not getting, they realize, starting to have a brain fart just trying to abstract this.
So when or how do the gears connect?
It's like, I have like a hole in my brain that for some reason I can't grab this thought.
Deadly!
Like I
Yes,
can physically tell it's there.
It's called having to perform inductive logic. Doing the think.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
I
it.
hear-
It's like I'm trying to cross into that thought to explain it. And it just like, I got paradoxed and now it's just like gone.
Yeah, I know that feel. but it's not actually gone.
No, it's not, but like it's just in this my current arrangement in my mind that comes to my consciousness.
Overcome the paradox.
No, it's like so there is a moment they there's this moment where they want truth and they're not getting it sufficiently from their surroundings. That's the beginning of having to kind of think for yourself. And the truth can be anything like, I need a better of I need better methods for agriculture. I can't find it from anyone else, so I have to make it. But you have to think, but why but the introspective part where you just like want to understand yourself and others. You just want to understand minds and why things happen. It goes beyond material. So why does that happen? You're not. You're like why are things happening? Why do I do things? Why do people do things? How do minds work? Something causes that to happen. And obviously you're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get the truth for that from anywhere other than trying to read like Jung or something. Jung, I don't know how to pronounce it,
Jung.
but I assumed.
So, at some point, it's not enough, and you ask why. But here's the thing. Not enough is where it starts. But not enough is not a feeling that most people have. People just accept the chink in the factory that sees his coworker being swallowed by the machine is not going to say, no, this is not enough. I'm going to ask why this is happening.
Alpha's not welcome.
He is not. He's just going to accept. He's going to say, well, this is the way it is. And so it starts before that. Not having enough comes from, I wouldn't say it's just a discomfort. It starts with a violence that it starts with a fear, and a specific fear, which is that right, it's a fear of loss. It's not enough is a fear of loss. It's a fear. No, that's no terrible. Because the other Chin coworker would also will have a fear of loss, but he'll rationalize it. Um,
Like this is specifically about when they.
no, it's the opposite. It starts with a lack of fear of loss, probably because you had loss forced onto you and had to cope with it. So, there are three Chinese men working a factory. One of them gets swallowed by the carpet machine, and the other two watch. One of them is going to say, well, that's just the way it is. And he's going to be terrified while operating his carpet machine, but he's going to keep going. But the other guy, let's imagine, has already been snagged by the carpet machine. He's already gone through that, and he's survived somehow. He'll have been confronted with the idea. He'll have been confronted with the situation of having lost. Of having been stripped of everything. Forcefully. And so he will lose his fear of that. He'll just say, well, I'm not afraid anymore of the machine swallowing me and flipping me around. And so when he sees his coworker being swallowed around, the other one says, well, that's just the way it is, and is just going to be, scared. He'll be scared, but he'll be more scared of losing his job, and he'll keep going. He's going to start wondering why.
Warlock engineer.
Because he's lost his fear of the machine.
Bigger warp forges.
He doesn't understand the machine as a figure of terror.
Doom.
Or that is the necessity of understanding the machine manifests once you've actually been swallowed by it and gotten the carpet machine treatment. Now you can go through life and see all these normies, and they're all getting the carpet machine treatment all the time, and you're watching them spinning there with their legs kicking against the floor. And you've been through that process, and you've come out the other side, and you're not afraid of that anymore.
Send slaves.
And so you can start seeing the carpet machine for what it is. You can start understanding the carpet machine because you're not scared of it, and so that you don't need to rationalize it.
Fear of being... Is it really all... Like, because it's pervasive, there's fear of being cut off from their injection of being told they're doing a good job of fulfilling social norms. So...
No, I would say it's fear of fear. The normie is scared of being afraid, and so he will refuse to face the reality that the carpet machine will swallow him one day. He can't internalize that. He's afraid that the carpet machine will swallow him, but he can't accept that it will. But you have.
Science. Sorcery.
You've accepted that the carpet machine will swallow you and spin you around painfully. And since you've done that, now you don't need to rationalize your fear. You don't need to be afraid. And when you're not afraid of the carpet machine, then you can start wondering, well, if it is going to do so, I have accepted that the carpet machine will swallow me, in fact has swallowed me. I'm going to start questioning this carpet machine. Maybe I could just, step away. Maybe I'm not going to keep going inside the carpet machine. But the other guy doesn't believe he's going to go inside the carpet machine because he can't confront that fear.
More warpstone. Now.
And so he's going to keep working. Have I made myself clear-ish?
You're talking about what initially manifests,
Yes.
like
What's the break?
the pursuit for truth, the introspection. It's like, even if they don't, like, even if they're there in that moment that would wake up other people, what if it's just the sheer software is not sufficient? But then that makes me think back of myself, because I was a stupid kid, but I did have this moment of lucidity. It wasn't even caused by a shocking event. It's just kind of like a moment where I had an actual reflection on shit that was happening. It's not even like overcoming a fear as much as like I had the faculties to ask myself, like, why do people have the fetishes they have? why do I have the thoughts where, because at the time I was an edgelord and I was actually planning to kill people within at least 2 years. I was like, why do I want to do that? What caused that to happen? And it's like, it's not that I was shocked by. I overcame a fear of considering those things. It's like, because, like, I think I even went the extra mile that they might not have gone. Where they're like, why do I. Like, why is this even happening? Oh. Like, because I haven't read all of the literature that the mass murderers have written, but generally, they're like, the world is like this, I'm going to kill people. Fuck it all. They don't have this moment. Well, maybe that's not something that would show up in their writing. It's like a minor reflection. If I wrote stuff, if I wrote a manifesto and went through with it, or was allowed to do it, it was a matter of not having the resources, not my will. It would not have shown up in the writing because it was too minor. So
They see the machine swallow their coworker and they say, fuck it, and then they just start tossing people into the carpet machines on purpose until their boss stops them.
entropy. I am entropy.
They become the carpet machine.
I'm just not in a loose enough mindset to actually really go into
Well,
depth.
will it to be?
No, I mean, I'm talking like, we need to like do mushrooms and sit around and talk about this and come back to this.
I don't think so, because my head's pretty clear on that. I don't think you need help. I don't think you need help. I think you need practice.
No. I think, yeah, like, because the more I go into those trips, the more I'm able to take that mindset with me. Still, the shock, the peeling away of the ego every single time puts you into that lucid moment where you're like, no bullshit about it. I mean,
Maybe, but you're letting the mushroom control you instead of being the mushroom.
well, we are still a slave to, wherever we are on this axis of instances we're walking through. We only have an internal environment to simulate what a soul is, go through it. It's like I know I have the tools there to go into it because it's like it's not just fear based that makes someone have their first introspection. And on that matter, people, I was gonna say people do have introspection, but I don't know if they actually are asking why am I doing things. But then again, I had that first thought over a decade ago, and there was a lot of transformation to undergo between that where I would still be a retard, all the in betweens.
Yeah,
So
you can think back to being a child and just existing as a thing that reacts and processes based on instinct. And you can take a good look at how people behave and say, well, yeah, that's what they're still doing. They're still very much behaving like children in that
Your
sense.
man gods and
So they
dubious
must have never
masters
snapped out of
have
it.
no place here. What?
That is my opinion.
not be playing a fucking video right now. Fuck. Trying to. I missed like half that because I was trying to analyze this war I'm going to go into with these dwarves.
Command.
Well, see, a perfect example of how normal shits exist. The most obvious thing is that they're busier stimulating themselves than doing any thinking.
Like I got the thinking back on yourself as a child and just being a reflex machine.
Yeah, and then looking at people and being like, they're reflex machines too.
Right, I do channel my because I had a deeply profound fucking moment in like when I was like 7 or something, where someone asked me if I had a conscience. I told them no. So like it's such an extreme thing to be able to look back on a moment of introspection. Like I announced to someone that I have no conscience. Just to like admit to being a reflex machine.
Yeah, admit to being a reflex machine. You look at the carpet machine, you're like, I'm an extension of this thing, and it is going to eat me. Why?
Well, that was before I asked why do I had my introspective thoughts. It's like I didn't
Yeah.
think of it on that level. It's just like, yeah, I get what you're saying.
The first step is I'm working for the carpet machine. This is the carpet machine.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's encapsulating all reflexes, reflexive existence.
Yeah, I think the carpet machine is the perfect analogy.
Yeah,
Because it is the duality of man and his struggle.
really is a powerful video.
Weaving the tapestry. Carpet machine.
So funny how like, because like even it's like we don't even realize that it's going to affect us like that profoundly, but we still get overwhelmed by its energy. It's like we watched that and we were just being like possessed by it. Like I watched Videodrome and I was being so overwhelmed by it that I was like having a heart attack. And these are both things that we reference repeatedly because they describe
because
things well enough.
You're able to see things in their abstract, ideal, absolute form and are overwhelmed by them, but then you can start seeing how they fit in the puzzle of other absolute, ideal, abstract forms. and how maybe they're one facet of a greater absolute ideal abstract form. In the great four-dimensional construct of everything is a carpet machine, but also Videodrome.
We move on from the carpet machine to Videodrome to the new flesh. And you blow your brains out. Did you read that analysis of Videodrome by Ebert?
By who?
By Roger Ebert. Never knew. Some kind of film reviewer. I think it was.
No,
Gee,
I don't. That type of content is usually not to my tastes.
I read it. Yeah, this is this was the one of the two big film reviewers we had that were really famous. Actually, Ebert goes. It's actually a very lucid article. He actually starts explaining historical examples, and because like after I read this article, like I actually thought about it several times, like historical examples. Uh, I wasn't looking at Videodrome the way he was, but that's apparently what the movie was made for. Is that you lit? Yeah, it is like it's like the perfect metaphor for when you see these pole tarts shoot up a building. It's like it it constructs reality for you, and this is just the bare bones of it, but constructs the reality of it. Even if you think you're above it, then that's just it tricking you again, and then you shoot up a building. You are put in the. It's like the carpet machine is the stage before Videodrome. Like, well, that's
The start of Videodrome is about the carpet machine.
it's roughly the same fucking thing, and then the new flesh is you waking up to the mechanisms that have basically entranced you, but it's not enlightenment. You think it's enlightenment, and it still controls you and gets you to shoot people and kill yourself.
Well, Videodrome is about a facsimile of that process to get to control people. It is about how our society is a simulated reality, is a reality machine with its own simulated enlightenment that is just meant to keep you, to control you further. And how essentially media has the power to do that. That because television is more than reality, television can create its own enlightenment.
And it is. It's like it can actually be reduced to an algorithm that television is simply more than reality. It's simply greater than reality. So television becomes reality.
Is reality. Yeah. And reality is less than television.
I was saying, like, before we even realize all of the implications of the substance we're consuming, it's just like it overloads our sensation and possesses us. And then we start to extrapolate from it, start to use it to explain things. Like before we know how powerful it is, we get overwhelmed by it. Sex in the City was kind of filled with moments like that. I think the big one was when the child answered the phone, did something sex related.
Uh-huh.
It's like, I think being able to perceive these abstract forms, then it's like something that's totally invisible to a mundane person. Like we would just be looking at a TV and then we would go, that was too much for me, holy shit. And they just look at you like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Sitting in the movie theater laughing at a like a maniac at a scene that isn't comedy. Yeah,
It's like,
it is. That's the gift. That's
like
what makes you very special.
you can, people can chastise technocrats for reducing things to mathematical formulas, which is still valid. But what we're doing right now, reducing things to plays, like reducing things creatively to a creative item, is an algorithm. Shakespeare is mathematics. Greek plays, it's mathematics. Reducing life to these mechanisms where, like I like this thing I came up with where it's an example of a death knight. I started calling it. So you have a group of incels or wizards, and they view again, maybe not wizards because they're kind of smarter, but like incels. So they view the world and the masses as this monolithic normalcy that they are opposed to, voluntarily or not. And it's just so powerful and it just wins all the time. And we have to like dance with it just to live. So someone will think that they're enlightened and they will run to the normal and say, we cannot defeat the normal. I am going to strike you all down if you think you're foolish enough to do so. I am now the Death Knight. We cannot defeat death. We cannot just. It's not part of the same thing. Like, we cannot defeat death. I am a Death Knight, and I'm going to show you how foolish you are. And I'm going to. Like, this is how they think they can escape the fight and how they can become enlightened. Is like, when someone doesn't become enlightened and they just become inverted, they just invert to the caricature of an enemy that they perceive. So they become the Death Knight. I am the knight of the normal. I'm going to strike down all of my fellow incels because their fight is futile. Because I woke up.
I hate normalcy, so I will inflict normalcy on people until they hate it too.
Yeah. That's the Death Knight. Like, we cannot defeat death. I will become death. Slay all others who think they're foolish enough they can. Which is actually kind of the mass murderer, some of the mass murderers' mentalities. That was actually kind of my mentality whenever I was in that. It's like I actually I rationalized it as like, I am no longer a person, I am like actually death upon this earth. And I'm going to destroy systems that way. Which Ironically, isn't
It
that
isn't
different?
necessarily a mistake to believe that either.
Well, yeah, okay. That's actually what I was.
However,
That's what I was saying. Is like, ironically, that's not too different from now. It's just
yeah,
just the wording of that. There's like virtually no difference, but there's years of difference. Yeah, maybe Death Knight isn't a good phrase because like that's a valid reason to become a Death Knight. Is like I'm going to will to death and stimulate the world.
what can be reproached, what can't be, it's just self-destruction and taking everybody with you. Um, there's no, how can I put it? It is a it is all is it a, it is a forfeit of your personal development by doing something that you hope will help others do what you can't do by shooting up a school and terrifying everybody so that people can behold you and say, this made me think about death. And then maybe they can realize what you couldn't, which is why all these mass shooters have this kind of self loathing about them, where they think, I am doomed, I will never be able
It's not like
to. It comes from a place of feeling helpless.
I need to make clear that I didn't truly fathom what I believed when I was saying that because it was just like the cool factor, and it's like see, this is all still connected to what I was saying about reducing everything to place like the because I went on a tangent in text about the incels and the normal like I will become death, I will strike you all down. It's like almost like a play, reducing it into work. And it's not like I fathomed what I was saying. It's like when you're in the moment, it's like you're like a soldier who has to just kill a bunch of people. So you just get taken in the moment. It's like I'm going to build an altar of skulls. I'm going to sacrifice people on it. I'm going to fucking make a necklace out of their bones. It's kind of like a revelry. Like you don't really fathom what you're doing. You just kind of revel in it. Which is another interesting mindset to explore. Like why, and it doesn't always happen, but like why we build a skull throne out of shit just because we're killing, which is a physical manifestation of like school shooters who say, I am death, I'm going to show you the reality you know nothing about, even though they don't know anything about it. They got a glimpse of it, enough to say that.
Mm-hmm. And they do want that validation that comes with it. It is about demonstrating to normies that they did, in fact, show them. I'm going to show them now what I know. Yeah. But the shooter mentality can be extrapolated to the scale of nations going to war because it comes from exactly the same place.
Oh, the rhetoric, yeah. like the rhetoric and the revelry to get people to do it sufficiently, to get people to want to kill the enemy, fulfill
we
all
are
the
going
six.
to kill them to show them how superior we are. But why do you need to show dead men how superior you are? Well, because we're superior. When really it's just about making themselves believe that they really are.
Well, the dead people are just a way to empower your message as you make an example to the others still living.
Yeah.
It's like an actual
But
body
usually-
count to fuel your message, your presence.
Exactly. Yep. It is just a big sacrifice to show that you are truly the favored one. Probably why trafficking children is such a good idea, because it's like, oh, really? You think you're powerful? Take a look at this. This is whatever ex-powerful politician screwing in my child ring.
It is an
What now?
interesting equivalence that the rhetoric around going to
I have
war.
an island full of 12-year-old girls.
Like
Sorry.
there might be an actual equivalence because like the rhetoric and execution of a war compared to when someone realizes that they have no choice other than to go on a shooting spree. So they don't. There's the ones that don't just go on the killing spree because that's what the Columbine shooters had. Is people say they had charisma and a presence. They were very theatrical around the sacrifice. It's like they don't even entirely understand the nature of what they're doing. Maybe they do on some instinctual level. But it's like the rhetoric and execution of a war, it's like you want to make it more than the sum of its parts. You want to make the war go well. Have to make everyone. You have to do the rhetoric. You have to do the theatrics. You have to execute it well for the war to go well. So, when you realize that you have nothing to do other than to kill people, then you're like, okay, I'm going to write a manifesto, I'm going to record some videos, show how charismatic I am, I'm going to put on a show.
Going to put on a show.
At least, like in Warhammer, they're like half doing it because mechanically they are literally they're raising their power level by sacrificing the Khorne. But here, it's like all the other half. It is the embracing of the dark revelry and to horrify, fuse, and enlighten everyone else. You want to destroy the other tribe as fucking savagely as possible. You put on a show.
Mm-hmm.
That's assuming that you're not in a modern society where you would like have to conceal stuff. You have to kind of talking like default human tribes killing another tribe.
Well, the social engineers have exploited that instinct to make people put their kids in dresses and make them dance.
There is a parallel between like it's just dark revelry, just revelry. So just fucking, you're like, oh, this is my life, so just fuck it. Going to turn it into, going to make myself enjoy it.
It's believing that you have had your costume and your lines handed to you and just thinking, well, I'm going to make the best act out of this as I can.
Yeah. There's also the fact that now they're all influenced by media, or they kind of want to recreate it on some level. This is the Columbine shooters. I actually think they never got to watch The Matrix. They watched something else. Did it before The Matrix came out. It came out a few months before that. There's just they were watching other pop culture stuff that was edgy, and then like there's kind of an effect of the video games and shit, like because like if we went fucking crazy and we were in real life as a group, we are exposed to Warhammer and historical examples of savagery that we would recreate. Literally would build like a fucking altar in a town and like sacrifice people on it. Just because we've been exposed to that. So there is the effect of that. That's just in how they do it, what they manifest, what gives them ideas to manifest things whenever they play the part. You know what? It's like actually kind of ties into what I just regularly tell people now. Is like there is going to be a time where society might decide to erase your existence. So I tell the person, so society is giving you the role to basically just accept dying, accept being wiped out, erased. But, so I'm introducing to them, there's another part you can play that is familiar to our world now, which is to play the part of the mass shooter, the mass killer.
And
So it's like I was about to say, it's like, okay, you're giving me the part where you want me to become a mass shooter, but that's not, I had to think about that for a minute because that's not really what happens. It happens now because we have a frame of reference that there are mass killers now,
in retrospect,
where we realize that that is a part we can play in a situation where otherwise we would not have come to that conclusion. It's like it's not instinctive to everyone to just go full beast man and like flay people alive and hang them from the rafters before you die. As a reaction to something.
yes, it is.
It's evidently not, because we need a frame of. A lot of people, some people needed a frame of reference where otherwise they would not have done that. There are people who, there's like mailmen who just going postal is like they just take a gun to work and just shoot everyone. That is a natural state. Not natural. That is a non-media state. They just do that. There's other people where they're like they see the mass shooters, say, "Oh, that's a part that I can play. That's one of my options here."
Mm-hmm. The point being, just that people can look at that and be like, huh, that could be me.
Yeah, that
That it is a reaction that creates a chain of propagation.
I'm going on a tangent about this because this like threw a wrench into what I was initially going to say is that um, it's not as simple as society gives you the part of the spurned person who must kill in retaliation, and that you embrace that with total dark revelry and do the theatrics and put on the show. Because it's not that simple, because it's not what it's doing. The thing that's probably scary to some is that the murderers made it part of the machine that deals out the role for them to do that.
Well, by throwing them into the carpet machine, they realize that that's something that can happen, and now they have to actually face the idea that they will be thrown in the carpet machine. That being thrown, that the carpet machine swallowing you up was part of it all along, and that's what they don't want to believe. And the mass shooter is like, well, you don't want to believe that you will end up in the carpet machine like I am? I'm going to throw you in the carpet machine. What about now? Do you now believe that the carpet machine will inevitably swallow you?
Sharing their pain with others. Go in the machine like I went through it. If they think about it on that level, because there is like the mouth breather retaliation where you could piss off a sleeper and he would just like, I'm fucking pissed off, I'm gonna just shoot you.
Like young Socrates killing a man over a mattress.
Yeah. Didn't know he did that.
No, I mean that hillbilly that shot the other guy. The two hicks with one guy that shot with a shotgun some guy that
the dumpster
thought
fighters.
he was in a movie. Yes, the dumpster fighters.
Dumpster defenders versus I don't remember his fucking.
The guy
Aaron.
believed that the carpet machine wouldn't swallow him.
He was given a
And
machine that was. Now he was just video drummed. I don't know if that can be reduced because you'd have to say they're on different machines. But
Well, I don't think so. I think people are naturally that way. People naturally believe, well, the world isn't going to kill me. The world isn't actually going to kill me. And Videodrome just amplifies that. The world isn't going to kill me. And some people, or at least in a natural state, people would take a good look at that man with that shotgun and be like, no, I think the world is actually going to kill me. That carpet machine is going to kill me. If I try to stick my head in it. Ba, 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 ba.
You're not saying that they were trying to show him that they were. You're not saying they were going to shove him in the machine to show him that it can happen.
I think young Socrates, when he was holding his shotgun, right then and there, was waiting for an excuse to show the other guy that yes, indeed, the world is going to swallow you up. The carpet machine will eat you if you let it. He wanted to do that, and he was looking for an excuse, which is why people have dubbed him young Socrates. Because they looked at that guy and what he did, and they're like, that guy's a philosopher. Because he is wise to have taught the man a lesson, or at least to have taught us a lesson by emptying his shotgun on some guy that thought he couldn't die.
That is the lesson that is what I derive from that. That's why I like watching other Americans die more than anything else on the planet. Because that is delusion meets reality.
Destroying the ego.
You see it every time, like the body cam. They act tough, like a protagonist, then they get shot, and then they become a feral animal. Defeated like Puppy.
Yep.
Like, I want to quantify how much that does for mental development to literally shoot them compared to what I experienced.
Well, I think it works. I think it works because people came out of World War II having been shot at with that kind of it's what started the recent stage of modernity. The fact that a bunch of men just came out of being shot at constantly. And they were like, but why?
I don't know. Then, like, most of them say, like, yeah, that was part of the deal. I'm glad I fucking got to kill some Japs. Shouldn't have fucked with us.
Well, I think a lot of people were like that to cope with the fact that they shot Japanese people for no reason, but some of them were like, why? And that just started the fact that people just stopped giving a shit about serving their nation. Just turned the whole place into a playpen for megacorps. And just started saying trad is for retards and did their own thing. And essentially just created modernity. It is the logical step when you're like when you say fuck the nation, fuck tradition. Screw everything that led to this. I am going to do what I want to do for myself. For myself being the key. And that's how hyper individualistic capitalism just rampantly took over everything and immediately created huge wealth, material wealth, that spoiled the boomers. And the irony is that I'm almost sure that if you ask people who did fight in World War II whether they resent the enemy or whether they're proud of what they're done, so on and so forth, you'd mostly get responses that would suggest that they're not. The boomers are super hyped. The boomers are all about killing Nazis. The boomers are all about my dad flew a plane to bomb Dresden. That's right. I'm so proud of that. I'm the best. We are the best. Meanwhile, what you get out of World War II are people who would write,
Kill for clan.
I don't know. Americans haven't really written very insightful books that I have read on World War II. But you could read Storm of Steel and be like, that is not a boomer in a boomer mindset.
Storm Steel.
Yeah, the Ernst Jünger.
Ernst. Uh, yeah, it sounds.
Where he just discovers the primordial world of forms
Oh, right.
in its interaction on the front.
You just had to see the picture of the guy.
So I think to loop back around to what is really the thing that sets people off is as simple as, well, it destroys their ego, yes. There needs to be a forceful destruction, um, because it forces you to reconstruct the self from there. The self needs to be shattered. The self needs to be put in, maybe in a state of extreme precarity, where the person has to face the fact that they're about to die, or the self has to be deconstructed in some way, or the self has to just be something that needs to be put back together, that needs to be healed.
Exosuit ready.
And the way you do that is by introspecting and then finding what yourself is in the abstract, in the world of forms, so that in actuality it can be reformed according to that design. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Sneak, scurry. Yes, yes. I say move.
And so being put through the modern education system as a kid is almost the same as being in a trench, just because it will destroy your sense of self. It will actively harm you if you're not one of the coddled, protected normies that have everything on their side to survive that process.
And on the Earthstone.
Or the Office, who don't have all they need on their side to go through wage slavery without their self being harmed and destroyed and pulled apart.
And weigh your words. Aye.
And breaking and putting back together something is how you learn how it's made.
It is time.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, a good way to put it.
And so in doing so, you become God for your personal creation or recreation. And so that allows you to have one step in the abstract world of forms where you can see things through God's eyes, in a sense, while still being back here. Seeing things from the perspective of the intelligent design.
Flay
and seeing things from your perspective and being able to contrast that.
Into the infinite,
Team's better.
being able to see the lowdown on all the complex mechanics that were otherwise in you, or not what you thought they were.
But the thing is, you have to keep doing that for everything you want to see like that. So you've done it for yourself, but yourself is a very composite thing. So you've done it for the part of yourself that was harmed or broken, needed to put back together. But the self being just an extension of the world, you need to keep doing it until you've done it for everything that you can possibly encounter.
Yeah, it is. I've noticed. I've already looked at that as a solution for doing things. Like I would do want to kind of take acid again so that I can understand better something new to me. Which is to say, like with my current mindset and everything that I figured out in the last year, now I want to do it again and see what else I can figure out on itself. Because that's another thing is like just doing it for yourself is far from the end because it never ends.
Precisely. But just doing it. See, the Buddhists are very selfish. They're completely self absorbed. That's what you could fault them for.
Where are my
But what are
secrets?
technocrats? Because technocrats have, to an extent, understood that. What I just covered. They've gone through that process in some sense, where they've been pulled apart
Machines
um,
sorcery.
because either because they were put through it as a part of their childhood or as a part of society telling them to, or because of their own personal ambitions. Um, the hellscape of corporate or scientific slavery. And so they've been killed and put back together. Or at least they've been killed and put themselves back together, but wrong. It seems to me like instead of going into the world of forms and seeing their self, they've been video droned. And the abstract of self has been given to them as a facsimile from above. They've been told, here, you suffer, you can't really pull through. You're not really getting where you need to as a scientist, and you're failing, and it feels terrible. Here is the abstract self that you need to be. And so they become the technocrat, which is just this soulless golem. A golem would be a perfect way to put it. That is divorced from the abstract of itself and instead has been overwritten with a programming given to them. And so they're still awakened and they're still on that quest to take things apart and put them back together to learn what they are and gather knowledge. But they've never done that with themselves in actuality. In fact, actually, I would argue that they've never, yeah, they've always been given themselves a sense of abstract self, and so the ones who have been harmed and have had their sense of self put back together as a false ersatz or facsimile, a golem programming, are the ones who rise to the top of the technocracy. Feels like a very approximate way of saying it.
Yeah, like
Should I
I could actually. Yeah, I was just. I'm kind of like I'm in a half state of playing this and listening, but yeah, like I recollected them, figured out what you were saying, and I could actually see if I just had a hard shift in life. I had the same breakdown and was remade, and like I saw life in that way. Then I had the tools at disposal around me to start working in a facility, something more fulfilling than just wage cuckery. Then yeah, you could I could see being turned into a technocrat or allowing see how
well,
you integrate.
technocrats are golems because yeah, that self is like it is a programming that they're given. And they're told you have to become this is what the self is so that you can succeed.
Like in self-help books.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why they always have like a weird self-help preachy vibe to them when they tell you about how to succeed.
Like in Game and Pull.
As well.
Yeah, I mean that's how to
And I
game
was talking
yourself.
with Winnie the other day and came to the conclusion that you can't have technocrats doing that to other technocrats. You have to have the the PUA guru at the top to create all of this stuff so that his subordinates can hand it off and program people with it. And so it is a necessity that you have a bunch of infernalists at the top so that golems can be created. And so the reason the technocracy came to be is because a bunch of infernalists in the 14th or like post-Renaissance period had the bright idea of making that simple shift of creating a kind of programming that they could create awakened golems with, or that is use the same process they use to control the masses to also control awakened peoples by aborting them out of the world of forms so that they cannot reach their self in the world of forms, giving them a programming instead of that sense of the world of forms, and then having them painstakingly try to access the world of forms through the scientific method practice.
Call me mermaid.
So would I be able to fit into the plan? And is it like it's also the hermetic way of doing it to reduce everything to mathematics and mechanics? In order to
I don't think
translate
so.
all happenings into.
Maths is a very different thing from principles, rules, systematic ways of seeing things. Uh, I think the scientific method is, or just maths, just reducing things to, how can I put this? Maths is a language, it's a tool. Things aren't maths. Maths allows you to understand them in a certain way. And that certain way is understanding what is deterministic about things. It is to have an inherent, it is the language that lets you essentially talk to the inanimate, to the unsentient, but as soon as sentience touches it, in the least bit, as soon as it starts to touch anything within the realm of mankind, or even animals, or even maybe a strange extrinsic intelligence there is to the universe, then it fails. And the Hermetic method, I don't think centers around mathematics. I think it centers around principles. And it centers specifically around the idea that, yes, there is an intelligence to things, but through intelligence emerges principles.
Oh,
Principles from which you can derive an understanding of the universe.
just say Hermetic stuff because John D. thought that everything
John Dee's
was...
an infernalist that LARPed as both a very trad religious Protestant, that LARPed as a Hermetic, that LARPed as everything except what he was. An infernalist. He spent his life taking instructions from angels. What have you heard most about? Angels showing up to give people instructions, or demons doing that?
I mean, among credible people, probably the angels, maybe like half and half in terms of
You think
happening to
angels came
intellectuals.
down and talked to a British intellectual
I think
so that the British Empire could be created?
I really don't operate on that duality because even if I think like literally encountering what could be a demon, it like served a greater purpose.
Yeah, so to cover the difference, demons, angels, it's just a word, a term for an abstract that has an extrinsic piece of intelligence to it. So, in a sense, the universe has its own intelligence imbibed into it and its many parts, and some of these, or all of these technically, have their own intelligence that can be communicated with in the right way. And you could call these angel or demon. So there is no duality inherent. It's just intelligence contained extrinsically from humanity, or contained into an abstract vessel would probably be a better way to put it. But where the distinction starts happening is what part of reality that thing is contained in. Is that thing that you are appealing to contained in the region of reality that is the abstraction of, I don't know, war sex, or death, like Yamantaka? And you're gonna say, well, maybe if that thing is an angel of death, you could probably call it a demon because it It has death on its mind and as its purpose, and it will try to act that through you, making you effectively a demon. Because bad.
I understand your explanation for demons, but what about the angels?
Well, the angels, there is a counterpart. There are things that aren't death. There are things that are care and mercy. There are things that are bountiful crops. There are things that are understanding. There are things that are about having a pure spirit, and so on and so forth. And so when people in Catholicism pray to the Virgin Mary, you understand why. Because they're appealing to that kind of spirit. Now, John Dee, the results, we know very little about what he did, but we do know the results. And the results is the creation of the English Empire. It's the Anglican heresy. It's the creation of the nation state. It's the it's the creation of the commoditization of people, insofar as it led directly to industry and treating people as inputs of the economic machine, which I would argue was not the case before. And so on and so forth. And the central part of that was, and that he was essentially the progenitor of the scientific revolution, in a very removed way, in a very first domino way. All of that because something in a mirror or whatever, and through whoever that he used, and it doesn't really matter how he did it, gave him all the right steps to make all of that happen. To make the British Empire show up. Just happen. When England was a savage, fractured backwater that was known for its pagan, I guess, heresies or mispracticing of religion, that was known for its extreme brutality in war, that was known for its poverty and disease, and that's it. And that it had one major place, London, which was a large port that was mostly ruled by French nobility for the longest time. And all it did is extract wealth from the rest of the island. That's it. That's all London was good for, extracting wealth from the rest of the island. And they turned that into an empire that was only ever surpassed by the United States of America. And we know who really, took the reins of America, the liberated colony, and turned it into America, the empire. Well, imagine the same type of characters, but in England. Chief among them, John Dee. Now, perhaps, when he talked to his mirrors, he really thought angels were talking to him. Maybe he really was that much of a big cuck. Maybe that was just his way of relaying all of the information and excusing or having his methods accepted by people around him.
Stay in your dank holes, vermin. The seed is mine.
So if they have an immediate good effect, they're an angel. But if there's a bad effect down the road, they're a demon.
If the abstract vessel in which the intelligence you're appealing to is something that you would personally consider bad, demon. Now, I would personally consider, the creation of worldwide consumerism bad. Maybe it's necessary. Maybe that kind of bad is the next step humanity needs to take. I'm not one to question the narrative. But bad.
An entity of war could have circumvented, stopped industrialization whereas prosperity contributes to it.
Yeah. Prosperity is a very vague thing, and so angel demon becomes
Yeah.
circumstantial. Yes, but when you start creating the British Empire, you know full well that whatever it is that you're going to start to appeal to is malevolent.
Well, he thought it
When
was.
you start the scientific revolution, it's not just bad in retrospect, because the thing that is abstract, that is appealing to you, knows these things come to pass.
I shall enslave the world.
And they have a very definite characteristics about how their methods are carried out. If Yamataka appealed to you and said,
Slay things.
"Here, boy, start killing children painfully," you're gonna think, man, this guy, this Yamantaka intelligence that I appealed to when I started communicating with the abstraction of death, maybe not the good guy. Maybe not. Now, two bads do make a good, but that doesn't make them good.
Well, do you know that? Because
And you
that's part
can
of part of the intelligent design is that you kind of have to stare into the infinite to even begin to glimpse what the actual plan could be with precognition.
and stare beyond duality to be able to see things in a duality understandably or correctly. Because if you only get as far as a duality, then you're not going to see things for what they really are, or the peace that they take in the oneness.
I don't look at it that way, or at least it's extremely circumstantial. That's why the angel demon thing is like, yeah, you just ask an entity for good crops, but then in the long run you contribute to industrialization,
Yes.
which was probably its plan, and that was actually a demon.
Absolutely. So, I would add the layer to that if you're going to be praying to the Virgin Mary,
Scamper from me.
the bad aspect of that is immediately that you start disregarding Christ and God and all of the, more important parts of religion to just carry around the effigy of the Virgin Mary and say, good food, strong children, okay, that's all I need, and disregard the other aspects of religion. So then you can take the step into the state of mind which I do lend credit to, which is that all of that stuff is infernalism. All spirit stuff is infernalism. If you are appealing to a fractured part of reality, or if you're appealing to a thing that isn't God, essentially, to act as God, to worship false gods, really, or to use, you get the idea, to conjure miracles from anything else than from an understanding and a cooperation with the absolute of reality, which comes down to saying, well, what is my part in the world, and so on, and everything we talked about before, that process. Then it leads to a kind of degeneration.
Jesus that people worship at the.
What will
Well,
Scapeblight do?
don't let Christian hear that, but I think the whole point of Christianity, and if Jesus did exist, is that the good Lord created a demon that people could worship and be redeemed through.
Well,
That
Christian
Jesus
isn't
is a demon.
exactly self-aware,
That-
so I'm not gonna. Don't really care
That
about having
Christianity, he is more or less. It's just that you touch on things that are emotional to him.
That talk. Yeah, and that's not what I want to. I don't want to talk to someone who's
Yeah.
emotional instead of.
But I think you
True.
could say you could say, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what your relationship is with him, how you understand him. So maybe don't go tell him that Jesus is a demon and that Christianity is a cult, because the good Lord saw what we were and what that in the end times, and that as the world was whizzing away into nothingness or into an end, he figured he would just give people essentially a floater, something to help them out. Be like, okay, fine, you guys are going to worship demons? Okay. You guys are going to let abstractions take you over and become cultists? Okay. This guy is my son. Worship him. Become a cultist of him. He will embody all the virtues and the characteristics you're probably going to need to get through literally hell, but with demons come to party for the next 2,000 years.
Virtues they can't agree on.
Virtues they can't agree on anymore. But to be frank, you read the Bible, it's not ambiguous. It's that people want to turn it ambiguous so that they don't want to do what's in the Bible. They don't want to live like Jesus. They don't want to do that. No. They've got to count the number of words on a particular page, or use some high priest to reinterpret the message the way they want to hear it, so that when they read, the very clear, it's made for children to understand, they can get away with doing what they want to do, which is war sex. When Jesus is there and he says, guys, don't war sex. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Here is 25 different stories in which I let people know, don't do that. It's going to mess you up. And then I sacrifice myself for the good of mankind and my tribe. And then people are like, yes, but you see on page 25, when Jesus says that he's going to turn the other cheek, that means you have to let Jews sell your daughter to the black.com studio and be happy with that, because that's just God's plan. You understand?
Yeah.
People will worship other demons and still try to call themselves a Christian. Now, that is if Jesus existed, but the way I look at it is, well, if he didn't, it doesn't even matter at this point. His presence in the warp has gotten such traction that it doesn't matter anymore. He's become the God Emperor, whether there was a God Emperor or not.
Warlock of Skavenblind. Stalk. Yes, yes.
And I think there is also something to it, which is that when you take a good look at him and the story and so on, it is really made to appeal to people's better sensibilities in a very pure form way. You can't really do a better story about a savior that would gain so much traction. If you were to go to the year 0 and say, time to make people believe in a demon prince that leads them to behave as morally as possible, how would you go about doing that? And yeah, the Bible and how it works and how it spreads is a very good way of doing that.
Absolutely not. Clan Scryer.
And of course, fellow infernalists, the Synagogue of Satan, they really, really hate him. They hate him not because they even understand what the implications are, but because he's competition. They hate competition. This Jesus guy that says he's king of the Jews. No, we're the Jews. He's not our king. How dare he?
Every move. Warlock ready.
And they're more. Then you can take a step back and look at the Old Testament and so on. But Judah in the story of the Bible is a guy. Have you ever heard me say this before?
Say what?
Have you ever heard me explain how Jews must be cursed because they are perpetually emulating the character in the biblical story? Like, to the T.
The character of Jews?
The character of Judah in the biblical
Oh.
story.
No, I haven't heard this.
Well, you're gonna like it. Judah is Joseph's brother, Joseph being Jesus' father. Now, there's a whole preamble to the Jesus story, which is before he's born. In the Old Testament, there is a lineage of kings. There is, through blood, transmitted the special chieftain touch. And so you have these important figures like King David or King Solomon and so on and so forth having that lineage of kings. And then at some point, the lineage of kings gets lost. And it turns out that it is always the way it is transmitted is from father to son to the favorite son or the best son. Now, this is transmitted to a small family in Israel. Of which the brothers are a couple, including Joseph and Judah. And the way these things are, they kind of instinctually know that they're part of this lineage. They have this kind of gut feeling. And from childhood, Judah hates his brother because he can see that his brother just doesn't care about that. And that his brother, Joseph, lives a humble, moral life where he doesn't have too much of an attachment to worldly things, and he's kind of drifting on through, kind of letting himself be enlightened and learning things and helping people and so on. Judah grows up to be a very angry, greedy boy. He is described as being a not so handsome young man that dresses himself in fine clothes with a large, gaudy hat and a beautiful cloak that has many colors to it. And he peacocks around, swindling people by gaining their trust and becoming a man of influence, and then using that to his own profit to take what he wants. And he does all sorts of bad things. He is a whoremonger, which culminates in him prostituting his own stepsister through another brother in the family. He is accused of, and I'm trying to remember this, either selling children into slavery, selling children into prostitution, or having done that to children. There's something like that. He is a slaver as well, and this culminates in him selling his own brother Joseph into slavery. He corrupts his own brothers and gains their trust and pays them and so on to capture their brother Joseph and sell him into slavery so that he would be shipped off to Egypt. And that's what happens. Joseph is kidnapped and sold into slavery to go into Egypt, where this hapless young man is like, he's going through the carpet machine treatment where he's just gone through life being this kind of willy-nilly good guy, kind of a like a kind of a monk Chad. And then, his own brothers just beat the shit out of him, sell him into slavery to go to Egypt. And in Egypt, Joseph goes through the process of being like, well, why has the carpet machine swallowed me? And he kind of goes on the path of enlightenment. He becomes so very smart and wise that he becomes a chief advisor to the Egyptian court by being recognized as a slave for his intellectual capacities, culminating in him marrying into Egyptian nobility over there, fulfilling the obvious prophecy that he is of the lineage of kings, and therefore marries into Egyptian nobility. Meanwhile, back in Israel, back in Judea, what would later become Judea, what was Israel at the time, Judah is busy keep on keeping on, and he uses his increasing power and influence to become a very prominent member of the government there. He has the appeal of the local rulers, whether those be the Pharisees or Romans, and he's still busy whoremongering and double dealing and slaving and so on. The story moves on, and Joseph comes back. He comes back humbly.
You come bearing arms. Is it war?
Because in Egypt something happens where he just gets like removed from the family line or something like that, so on. And after having arrived into his hometown in Israel, he just, gets married, becomes a carpenter, not because he is just a carpenter, but because he chooses some manual profession so that he can be fly by night and also do something constructive. And then the whole like Jesus story happens. And of course, Judah comes back. Judah comes back and has a grand old time betraying everybody, dabbing on everybody, doing it for money. And generally, constantly saying, sorry, I never do it again, and doing it again. In theory, culminating in him actually writing his own version of the Jesus story where he's like, Jesus blows, guys. This guy, he's not great at all. And accusing him of a lot of things that he did. Now, the point of all this is that this Judah character is to the T, down to how he talks in the story and how he dresses and what he does all day. Exactly how your modern Jews behave.
Which kill device to use?
He's a caricature of them, but he's coming before they started existing in the modern Jews started existing in the Babylonian captivity. Questions?
I was listening, but so this started from the Jews just really hating Christianity.
No.
And it's...
No. See, the implication is that they're cursed. Is that their part in reality is to play the Judah. Over and over and over. They're cursed to be born into emulate a biblical character of all things, of a guy that was written into a story from 2,000 years ago, and yet they can't seem to snap out of behaving like him, to people who behave like other people in that story. And so part of why you could give the Bible weight is that either it addresses to such a fundamental truth, or it really does have some kind of weight to it. And there really is some blessings and curses and parts to play in the great reality play that never change. And the Judah is the perfect example.
Yeah, sure, like, good for people who are still in the phase where they need a doctrine. There's nothing wrong with it's just another doctrine. It does have some values to follow, which are workable.
Let me rephrase that. The idea is that God spoke through the Bible of the fundamental roles that some people have. That there will always be Judahs, and that there will always be lineages of kings that are Joseph's and Jesus's. That there will always be Noahs and Moses and so on and so forth. Mutable and a curse. Because in theory, the Bible and the Torah and so on story is the everything story.
Like, if you need a doctrine, it does have weight to it, and you can use it as a reference for things. But
and then if you want to do what Jesus says, you can do that.
inevitably, like, it's
If
a
you
valid
don't,
doctrine to follow. It's valid to follow, but, you know, that it's the monkeys writing Shakespeare on typewriter. If you fucking write like 1,000 stories, people can find things in it to reference everything, because we use Warhammer 40,000 and World of Darkness to explain reality.
it's true. But you should remark that Warhammer and World of Darkness, what does seem to reference fundamentally reality is that there is this idea that some things are meant to be, that they have a role to play. That there, because of primordial principles, has to be a technocracy, has to be an infernalist. And then there are things like vampires, which is just taking something real and making it into a story. But World of the Darkness and Warhammer are recent things, inspired by recent state of events and developments. If in 2,000 years, World of Darkness and Warhammer was still as relevant as it is today, I would start worrying. I'd start worrying that things never change.
Maybe the Bible just monopolized on the market of books people want to use to explain all of reality, and it's just one of those books that got in there at the right time. Yeah, there's a lot of books that they've made to explain reality.
There's the Vedas. There's the Abrahamic texts.
Fortunately for the Vedic traditions, they got massacred.
And you know what I think? I think the Vedic teachings are just the antediluvian teachings. They're 10,000 years ago and then seem to disappear 4,000 years ago.
Just like Abrahamics kind of descend from Zoroastrian.
Zoroastrianism comes after the Torah.
Christianity.
Christianity could. Although Gnosticism and Zoroastrianism and so on and so forth, contemporaries. So keep in mind that, yes, Christianity can literally be said, this is a thing created to be the perfect religion so that people could be the perfect cultists. But what I'm talking about is that what goes into it and what also goes into the Torah is like World of Darkness and Warhammer, is that from the abstract world of forms, you are shown different roles, factions played in reality that are necessary on the world play. You're saying it's coincidental. I'm saying it's coincidental. It's something that's put to the wayside when it comes to something as important as something that manages to spread for 2,000 years and still be relevant
That's that phase
in the
of
purpose it was created for.
Or if you get this book and proselytize the fuck out of it, and you say that it can explain all of reality, then at that phase of civilization, people will actually circulate. Doesn't really matter what it is. It doesn't have to be. You could have the same rough ideas. You just have to write. You have to write like a fucking 1,000 stories, and then eventually you'll start writing things. Be like, hey, this one story, this is relevant to something that's happening right now. You know what? The Bible is. We need to use the Bible to explain everything.
See, why conflate the idea that there are essential truths in the text with how they are then applied and used?
There are truths
I'm not
in it.
talking
If you
about
write fucking that many stories, there's going to be.
the monkeys on typewriters idea. Is it really monkeys on typewriters if people can't even manage to understand what's being written? Or furthermore, if what's being written somehow is uncannily accurate, but also was necessary at the time it was written.
Yeah, it's like I was
Why
watching
deny extrinsic reality, well, extrinsic intelligence
And
in
I was
its making?
watching The Office last week, and some of the things happening in it, it's uncannily real. It's like uncanny how it's like my life. Same thing.
Yes, but it's not The Office, is it?
Well, because The Office has several layers of like, yay, we're not the Bible, we're not going to tell you how to live your life. Whereas the Bible just comes out and says that because that's the time period.
What about the Torah? The Torah doesn't actually tell you how to live your life. Do tell me about that.
And also, like, haven't read it.
You could have a vague idea of what's in it.
It's just the Old Testament.
And to be clear, the Bible doesn't tell you how to live. That's how it's been used.
Okay, if we're not talking about applying it and making it to explain reality, what are you getting at?
You're talking about it as if it's being used like a legal, like The Office.
It is the same thing.
The Bible is meant to be used like The Office because people can't seem to be using anything else than The Office to reflect on their own lives.
Like with the Bible. Use the Bible.
Yes, because people can't do it otherwise. People don't understand how to do it any other way than looking at the book and saying, hey, the story is like me. And so a story was written for people to imitate.
And that's...
Now you're saying that it's monkeys on a typewriter, that someone came up with the right book at the right time.
Now it's monkeys on a typewriter that you just write enough fucking stories. People say, oh, this story's like my life. And then another person says, that story's like my life. Like, if I fucking wrote a book for, like, 10 years, just writing a bunch of stories, same shit would happen.
You could end up writing the Bible.
You have to write, if you just write a collection of stories, it's basically gonna happen.
Say, the whole covering the Judah part. How can you tell me how the antagonist will behave in 2,000 years in such an accurate way in your story?
Oh man,
that it
this
seems like they're
character
cursed.
is like Jews.
Yes. It's so uncanny. To the
Because you
point where
want it to
2,000
be.
years later it applies.
Because
I want it to be. Because they aren't? It doesn't apply? The flip side. What's the flip side here, Dag? Does it not apply? I'm telling you how accurate it is. How
So
inaccurate
what
is
happens
it?
when they're not the only people who act like that?
How they don't act like a Judah?
Not the only people who act like that. Not like you need a Jew for someone to act like that.
If the world is a theater and you act like a Judah, you're acting like Judah.
Sure, that doesn't mean Judah equals Jews. Equal Judah, it's just they made an archetype. Look, this is a greedy person. You know who else is greedy? Jews. We predicted that. Oh my god. Yeah, because like Jews are the only ones who are greedy.
Go ahead and do tell me how they're not like the archetype proposed in the story.
I'm saying that they're not the only people who can act like that.
Yes,
And
there
it's
are
also
people
not all
who start
of them.
acting.
Because
Yes.
now we're getting into the fucking range where I'm going to have to explain to you that generalizations are retarded. We have to step out of the meme zone.
But you see, everything is the meme zone because there are archetypes
Doesn't mean they're
to
valid.
people. There are masks to wear in the world play. And that's why people do seem to congregate in these factional or generalized groups that seem to perpetually act the same.
That's what you want to see. People also say that, oh, white people do.
You can say that about anything.
Yes.
I could tell you the sky is blue and you could tell me, but that's what you want to see.
I bet some black churches will tell you, oh my god, whites are like Judah. The Bible predicted that whites will be Judah. Why didn't we listen?
And I bet there's some scientists that could tell you that the sky isn't actually blue.
Yeah, because that's the same thing.
Because the sky isn't actually blue.
Reading media and seeing what you want to see. Like with World of Darkness and Warhammer. I'm not saying that people shouldn't, like, use the Bible as a doctrine if they want a doctrine. Basically, you're almost arguing it at me. Now I'm going to tell you my problem with it and all other things like it.
I think you're hung up on the doctrine aspect. That yes, it is a doctrine, but it's the part where the the things that seem to keep happening, that's not part of the doctrine. Oh, look at that. Isn't it a coincidence that Judah and modern and so on, it's the same? It's not part of the doctrine.
Isn't it
I'm not telling you how to
this is
behave.
like Warhammer 40k.
It is. Now, if people, took Warhammer 40k and said this is reality, and people would go around saying, well, you see, and people behave like the character in this, and this is, and you could say, that's just what you want to believe.
Yeah, 'cause we
First
live
of
in
all,
a
would that
stage.
actually be wrong? Would that actually be wrong?
They're all on the same level of close enough. I'm like, yeah, sure, they're kind of like Slanesh if we're in the joking around mood. On the joking around shit, where we're dealing in like quarter truths, I'm fine with it.
Joking is just how you feel about it. It does address a fundamental aspect. As saying, this is an inherent design in people. Now, can you drill that down to how accurate it is? Because if you took Warhammer to be your doctrine, you could be very accurate about some things and not so accurate at all about many other things. What's the reason for that? Well, it's because it was written by someone who was just trying to create a fictional setting that was as accurate as possible, or that was meant to transmit something.
Sounds like
It has a little bit of truth in it. Now,
so did Sodom and Gomorrah actually get turned into salt?
are you going to get into arguing that because literalism exists,
It's fiction.
the text is bullshit?
It's exactly the same thing as you just said. Writing fiction to transmit an idea.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the only way to transmit ideas.
Tinkerer needs drinking.
You're saying, well, it's a story
Our under
written to transmit ideas, so it must be like every other story that's been written to transmit ideas.
Pretty much.
Clearly.
They get the same fucking resonance from it. They
Despite the fact that in its application, in its impact, and in how relevant it is to how things are, it doesn't seem to be the same as every other thing written. That's where you say, well, if you write enough stories, one of them is just going to be that special.
You also want to believe that it's relevant.
I don't want to believe that it's relevant. Some people do. And some people go to church and say, well,
some people do whatever
is
the
all
fuck
true.
they want. Some people do things that we don't do.
Don't go boomer on me. Some people really do want to believe, and it leads to some stupid things, but they want doctrine, and it is made to give them doctrine.
I argue
Some parts.
against acquiring a
But
doctrine.
I'm not talking about that part. You keep bringing it up, and I keep telling you that's not the relevant part I'm talking about.
This place's riches are mine now.
The part is where if you managed to write Warhammer, that it was
More
so on the
land
nose
here.
that it didn't lose its relevancy for thousands of years.
Our under empire bigger, stronger.
and that it does seem to have aspects to it that people at the time couldn't actually know, and that
Well,
the story does seem to that Warhammer just became a worldwide cult,
no, it fucking would work because
exactly
the
like it was intended.
Horus Heresy is just Paradise Lost, and I can take that into the past and circulate.
You could, but why has it not?
What do you
Taking
mean,
the
why
extra
is it
step
not?
from being story with a doctrine to being thousands of years of religion and actually being able to use some of the memes inside of it
They managed to ride the
to
coattails of a
explain
dying
reality.
empire.
You do realize they had a lot of cults that competed with them and that were far more successful than them.
Yeah, and then they made a cult that preyed on your insecurities more. They outcompeted the others in the market for proselytization.
Why is that?
Salvation cults are
Were the
better.
marketers better, or was the product better? Because the marketers did seem to change over thousands of years. Some of them were good, some of them were bad.
I usually agree it's just a fucking product, but I would say both.
It is a product, and I did start by saying that it's intended as a product for consumers. Or at least the Bible is.
Yeah, it's both the product and the marketers were better at doing it than the cults.
Over thousands of years, they were better.
Well,
There's
I
never
mean,
been a phase where they weren't as good.
if you manage to
What I'm saying
monopolize
is that over
spirituality,
thousands of years, the marketing factor equals out. And then it becomes about the product.
now it's dying and people are becoming atheists. So I guess that's done with because it's proven to be a failure. It's failed in the market.
It's failed, but before you dance on its grave, it has to die.
Yeah, that sure is fucking living. How it exists in America, Korea, Africa, Latin America, and South America.
And everything, it's been handed over to another company so that it could change the marketing to try to kill it as much as possible. And so you're saying, well, clearly it's over.
Well, why did that happen? How did
It
that happen
lost.
if it was a good product? If it was a good product, that wouldn't have happened. It would have just defeated the subversion.
It's a good product because the marketers of the rival products are a lot better. Aren't they? No, really.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
I'm
did-
sorry.
they did
I'm
what
sorry. No,
Christians
it's
did
all
to
right.
Romans.
Satan is the savior of the white race. Worship capitalism. It's better. It
You're just
won.
mad that what's happening
No,
to Christians is
you
what
can't-
Christians did to cults. Now they're losing. Now it sucks, doesn't it? Now you have to face reality that it's not a good product as liberal as
You're just
it
mad.
should.
You have to face reality.
Because you're clearly getting
consider
fucking
that.
emotional about it. You're attached to the fucking Bible, and I'm just trying to explain to you, hey, it's fine.
No,
it's fine to
Dag,
have
you
a doctrine.
want me. Dag, you are yelling into your microphone. You want to go this route? You're being emotional, Dag. You're yelling into your microphone. You're saying you're mad, bro.
Saying I'm yelling? Because that's what you want to hear.
And that's what I want to see. Now, the point being, because capitalism and believing in consumerism and so on has won, does that necessarily make it better? A better product?
That's how Christianity survived, because it won the market, and then it just sat around until it got defeated by a better product.
Answer the question. Is it better what we have now?
I'm fine with it. What, do you want to go fight degeneracy?
No. But is it a better product?
Clearly is. They seem
Why?
to love it. Because it preys on their... Well, just the insecurity thing, it does it a lot better than Christianity. As for, we don't even have to get into what it does for everything else, because that's what the fucking initial conversation was about. How it mechanically enslaves people. Does it better than Christianity was doing it. But yeah, it is better.
When you're equating the two, you're saying like just like the programming we have pushed by social engineers. Christianity is programming pushed on you to replace your sense of self with its own.
Yeah, it's a
And
doctrine,
so the best product is the one that
because you're making the argument that because it defeated other cults and sat around for a while that it's somehow better.
No. I said that it kept its relevancy. That what it tries to address and what it describes has stayed relevant. And that's why you said, Warhammer. But Warhammer, if it was still relevant in 2,000 years, you'd start wondering whether Warhammer was the right thing, was the right grimoire to consult.
I wasn't aware Christianity is also the only religion people find relevant to explain their lives.
No, but we could be arguing the same thing about Hinduism and the Vedic texts. Why has it kept its relevancy over thousands and thousands of years? Is it really just random stories people put together and we're like, this is pretty good?
There is truth in it. I mean, I was never arguing against using doctrines. If you're not in that moment where you can make your own intuition. But
no,
they're roughly the same. I'm not attached to the Vedics, other than the similarities, like the fact that they actually draw these things. It's kind of frightening.
What we're arguing about is how these truths got in there. Did the truths get in the Vedic texts because people sat around doing a big think for a long time? Or did they get in there because of some extrinsic of Deus Ex Machina? Because there was divine intervention to say, guys, this is...
That's always a consideration to have. I mean, I have that.
Let's start with the Vedic texts, because the answer is obvious in there. They tell you, we consulted with the higher beings, and then wrote what we got out, what we got back. That's the Vedic text. Book 1, in fact, of the 43 big ones is, this is who we're going to talk to now. So this guy is this part of reality. This is the hierarchy, and so on.
Implode their dens. More lab nests here.
Which loops back to, you can pick up the Vedic text today. And it's not a better product because Hinduism has taken over, and Hinduism is about burning insects to little effigies that you have in your home. But what is in these Vedic texts has inspired a lot, sure, but in their essence, they are a better product. Maybe even a better product than Christianity in theory, for your uses.
I don't care what the better...
No, they are, because they are...
The product thing, I'm just saying that because it sounded like the argument you were making is that just because Christianity has been around and has been the because it sat around and housed the book, the only real book that people could use to say, hey, that's like my life, not like other books, that somehow it's a better product, like to the most detached fucking phrasing of it, that it's just a product and it's all market. That's the whole point of that phrasing.
I'm saying it's the best product you could have made to get specific parts, specific things across to people. It is the perfect office to teach people a few key, very obvious points. You couldn't make a better The Office than this office, which is why people have been watching it for thousands of years. But its point is, yes, it gets people to watch it, and it's not because people are watching it that it is necessarily good. It's because it was made as a vehicle. And what makes it different from The Office and other stories that have very effective propagation is that it has something, it has an ulterior motive to it, clearly in there, that in fact probably detracts and is really the core of why people choose to misuse it and misinterpret it on purpose.
Right, and that's a different element. That's the effect of trying to lay out a convention and saying that it's divine will. Of course, it's going to happen. Why? I just say fuck it, let the world be chaotic, because whatever an enlightened person wants to lay out becomes good.
Okay.
So
Everything is divine will. Everything is divine intelligence at work. But
no, not the. I wasn't saying
when
that about The Office.
I would say that about The Office. I would say the good Lord himself wrote The Office. And I'm not talking about the Bible, I'm talking about The Office, The Office. And that's why it's still the third most viewed show, I think, on Netflix.
Well, it's not officially religious, but it's occupied that brain space.
Every part of it is necessary. But when one part of it is so big and has obvious markers of why it should be big in it, then you start wondering, were the Vedic texts really written by consulting these proxies of God, these gods, plural. To each was given a part of reality, and were they really writing these huge volumes about the nature of reality just because it would top the charts on how well it sold? Clearly not. The fact that they in theory try to put as much truth into it as possible, to the extent where they claim it was divine intelligence that handed it to them, detracts from it being worshipped or understood properly. There is no actual worship part in the Vedic texts. It's just a big self-help book. So people just burn incense in front of statues at home. And the version of Christianity that we have now is the burning incense in front of statues at home.
I wouldn't delegitimize ritual. Because you could do the same thing.
Hinduism is disgusting. Just like whatever American evangelicalism, I forget what it's called.
Yeah, so the same thing happened to both of them, but that doesn't delegitimize the original.
It's a better product, regardless of marketing. If someone took the engine out of the car and replaced it with a bicycle, and you had to bicycle your way around in the shell. No, that's a terrible analogy. No, let's not start making analogies. It's retarded. You understand my point. Now, is the fact that Judah's description is so true to still today life coincidental? Is it what I want to see? Or is it in there because some of the truths put in there are so salient that you can read that, look at how they behave, and say they're going to keep behaving that way because that is an intrinsic part of their nature. It is a truth.
Well, like I said, I have more of a connection with the Eastern religions, but I would say that like I wouldn't identify with them other than use their techniques. Argue that you
The two are interchangeable for sake of argument here.
yeah.
They are, because I'm not talking about their specific properties. I'm talking about the mechanisms in which they are brought to be and then circulated.
I don't know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, the big thing to just lay down is say, well, does God speak to us? Sometimes through holy texts. And I think he does. And I think the Vedic texts are something that was buried on purpose, that was both written with the help of Skydad, and that Skydad buried when he saw what it did.
They do.
Or that it had, that it was past its time.
Is it
Yeah,
the time of the technocracy now?
You've seen Kitsune do what he does. You see how that can go wrong?
I have no idea what
Really,
the fuck
really wrong.
what's going on there. I don't know specifically what you're
You
referring
can
to,
believe
but I don't understand.
that you can interact with spirits and so on.
Possibility that you can, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with what he's doing.
That there is some kind of intelligence, in abstract things like the John Dee, like what he's doing. The Vedic texts are about being able to just merge with reality, merge with the world in its abstract form to reach perfection, excellence. And that is a very powerful thing. It is explicitly powerful. If I can start chanting to rocks to make them lift off the ground, then it's easy to see how that can be misused. Are you familiar with chanting to rocks to make them lift off the ground? Have you heard of that?
Man, I'm assuming that's an Eastern shit. Sounds like what they do.
Yeah, it's some Eastern shit. And it's denied, but it still happens. That's what the CIA papers are about. You have a bunch of Tibetan monks getting in a cave and chanting to 3-ton boulders for hours until they lift off the ground. The idea is that you can start cheating by talking to the abstract form of things to make them move. And as you know, when you're talking to abstract things, that's infernalism. That's being John Dee. That's Kitsune stuff. That's what the Vedics. Yeah, Well, I use infernalism as the big naughty word.
That's if you're just using it as a fucking insult, but don't use it like real.
All right, I'll forego it if being called a nigger really hurts.
It's just a stupid fucking word. Like when you say that at people who aren't in our circle, then they're reasonably thinking that's fucking stupid. It's so vague. Doesn't even know what it is.
Because it is a reminder that you can start chanting to rocks, but things can start chanting to you because you're a rock too.
Yeah, but you can't really avoid that because that's just thought possession.
Now, okay, fine.
We
I'll step out
established
of
that's what demons are.
Is big bad.
We established that's what demons are, and that fucking by that nature, everything is. Everything is with demons.
Yeah, right. So the Vedic texts instruct you on how to manipulate reality to a degree that if we were left with that knowledge in certain periods of time, such as now, it would go horribly, horribly wrong. And it, in fact, is going horribly wrong because there are John Dees out in the world, and what they're doing is exactly what the Vedics were doing. And horribly wrong is where we are because, as I do believe, it's the end of the play.
I want to fucking levitate some rocks if we're all gonna die.
Yeah, you want to levitate some rocks. But do you also want to chant to people so that they do what you want? Wouldn't that be nice? That would be nice, wouldn't it? What if you just, chanted about death and things started dying? What if you learned to just, rip reality apart so that explosions the size of continents could happen? What if flying objects were really a thing? You see where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
The Vedics were doing what we're doing now because they had knowledge that man isn't supposed to have his hands on. Except they were probably doing it in a much rawer, more primordial way.
Fuck the technocracy.
More effective
fuck niggers.
Yeah, but you see, the technocracy is the flip side of having power. They probably had their own technocracy back then. Hancock coming on and saying, 13,000 years ago, there was this massive explosion in the north of Asia that just really wrecked the entire world and sent up plumes of smoke into the air that caused a nuclear winter. It must have been a comet.
Stands before me.
But the scientists say there is no sign of a comet having actually, flown by Earth. It's physical impossibility. There's no traces when you look out into space of there having been a comet passing. So maybe you could believe that people nuked each other 13,000 years ago. But whether or not that's true, the Vedic texts could be used for that purpose. And they probably are in their derivative or people coming back to that point. Through roundabout ways. And that's probably why in the first place people didn't come up with it. It must have been knowledge given to them. And why people still don't have it, because it was taken away from them for their own good. And that's where you can start saying divine intervention makes sense. If divine intervention happened, it happened where it made sense, and so perhaps it did.
Where is divine intervention happening in a world that doesn't?
that does make sense.
Doesn't.
Oh,
Asking you a hypothetical.
okay, right. If divine intervention showed up and instead of resetting us when we are about to, when it's not for the purpose of our preservation, when divine intervention, what for example, show up today and just give us more weapons, give us more things to continue doing what we're doing now. It seems to be a balancing act. If it wasn't a balancing act, if it was exacerbating what we were doing, then you could say that's divine intervention that shouldn't be happening. Now, I wonder where you could look where that happens. I'd be curious to know. Because things do seem to have their cycle where the tops and the bottoms are inflections that could be construed as divine intervention because they come in the form of big knowledge texts or massive climate events.
So, were the Babylonians experiencing divine intervention, or was that just humans? Because they didn't have. I mean, they did have text.
Yeah, sure. And then people could call things that are divine intervention that aren't divine intervention. But that's irrelevant. Yes, they have stories of a flood. And they say that's divine intervention. That makes sense. You know why? Because Babylonians were very busy being very modern and especially perpetuating a cult of human sacrifice. And we know that from historical fact. And we, the guys who are on Joe Rogan are the emissaries there to let people know, maybe there was this actual flood, it's kind of look at it. If it really just started raining for that long, it's the perfect basin for that to happen in, and so on. Now, you do have to make that investigation and say, well, is there evidence? Babylonians talk about divine intervention before the fact, or for their own gain, but they also seem to point to things that happen and say, well, in retrospect, that must have been divine intervention, and then you could say that was the case.
Now then, speak quick, 'cause you caught me in a good
Just like humanity seems to have hit its developmental inflection point towards exponential growth until today, in the middle of the Babylonian period, post-flood. Post quote-unquote flood, or whatever the hell happened in, what was it, like 6,000 years ago, more or less. 6,000 years ago.
Was it one flood, or was it just numerous civilizations experiencing numerous floods?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't think it's relevant.
Master engineer.
But you know what? I think it was
Stink of command.
just another climate event. You have so many climate events that seem to happen, and then something happens, and then people are like, there is clearly divine fuckery afoot. Another good example, and a very clear-cut example, is the Minoan eruption in 1600 BC, which I'm sure I've told you about. There's a volcano in the middle of the Greek archipelago that is 3 times the size of the one in Indonesia, and the one in Indonesia is one of the largest in the world that is active. And the last time it blew up, Indonesia became a wasteland for 200 years. 3 times the size of that. Indonesia is also famous for tsunamis because of that volcanic activity. What happens when you have a giant earthquake that accompanies an eruption is that you have huge tides, which brings a lot of water on the sides of particular bodies of water, and water in the middle of the bodies of water away. The Minoan eruption, in theory, happened exactly when the crossing of the Hebrews of the Red Sea happened. Exactly. And it wouldn't be a stretch to say that these people walked up to the edge of the Red Sea, and then the largest volcanic eruption in recent history, or like the last 100,000 years, happens not too far away in Greece, and the tide pulls out. And the Red Sea, which is quite shallow, empties. And you can walk across it. Wouldn't that just be awfully convenient if it did happen? Now, of course, you can't. It's theorizing because nobody's ever seen that happen. You'd have to see it happen. But it seems to me like this is the way things should work. Like you say, it's what I want to see. But what I want to see is that the world does work efficiently, and that would be the efficient theory. The efficient theory would also be a massive flood in Babylon, or whatever the Babylonian basin, or everywhere in the world. Creating a kind of exodus to the mountains, or effectively the Ark story, or something like that. The point of which is to create cycles. Because if cycles weren't created, humanity would be 3,000 years old and would have progressed exactly like we're progressing today into turning the world into a consumption basket that eventually eats itself into nothingness. Because we are entropy. Does that diatribe clear it up? What I think, not whether it's the right idea.
Was that in response to me asking what is it divine intervention world?
No, that was the previous question. You did ask, was there a flood in one spot, or was there a flood everywhere?
Right, yeah.
And we're still on that track of divine intervention. Is it there? Is it not? And if it is, what is it useful for? And what I'm saying is that it seems to be very useful. Very, very, very useful to the point where it's warranted. And it should be there.
I find a lot of doctrines that are useful, and I don't say you shouldn't use them. Like the Bible is valid to use.
I don't care about the Bible. Let's take the Bible, throw it out the window. Tell me about the Torah. Tell me about other annexed texts. Because the Torah and the Bible are different things. You do understand that. With different purposes in mind. Torah is a historical collection. It's a big history book that has God and other protags as the main characters, kind of like the Vedic texts. the Bible is explicitly a doctrine made to create a cult of well-being, I guess, or something like that. So it has its own special criteria to be evaluated on, I suppose.
Shadow, horn rat. All tales are mine.
You did ask Floods if there were, where they were, and why, and I did answer that. Would you like the short form version of it?
No, I understood. I just didn't. Forgot that I asked that.
You know, the Minoan eruption started out by me finding out there was an eruption because I was looking into Minoa and Crete. And then I looked at the date and I was like, huh, that's interesting. What was the impact on the ancient world? And then I found, you know, some theory. It said, no, maybe might have related to the biblical story of Hebrews, so on and so forth. And then I looked into that. And it was so on the nose. It's to the point where the Pharaoh that lived at the time that Moses did a big dab and crab on before leaving lived within a 20-year period of either of when that eruption happened, and that eruption happened can't be dated very precisely in about a 40-year time span. So it has a 40-year range in which the 20-year range of that pharaoh is included. So it's absolutely believable that it happened exactly when the Hebrews did the big crossing. And if it didn't, if it happened before they did it, why is it not mentioned? And if they did it after, well, they would have gotten nuked in the middle of some Levantine province because it would have been flooded with water. And that's just one example. The flood story is another one. And you could take a couple steps and say, well, maybe divine intervention also takes form of creating Judas in the world. Which is to say that it creates masks and roles and characters and generalizations, archetypes that people tend towards. There does seem to be such a thing as technocrats, and they do seem to be more or less the same. And there does seem to be these different factions, these different things, these different archetypes. And it's not just through human trial and error that you can get to finding these in such an elegant fashion. The product can't be that good, while also seemingly having been created with the idea that it was divine intervention in mind, with a divine message. Someone managed to get everything right. And the everything right type of idea is like saying, well, it was a coincidence that the volcano went off right at the time they were trying to cross the Red Sea. It was a coincidence that the Vedic texts seem to have completely been dissipated and disappeared, and a change of religion came over right about the time that this apparent flood happened, and in the West, the Torah and their holy books started getting written. I'd love to hear your opinions on all this. Because I do feel bad about saying things that someone would disagree with because they're not communicated in good faith.
Slowly turned into almost a fucking debate while I'm fucking playing as rat people. But yeah, so you're saying,
Well, you got angry because you thought that's what I was doing. I wasn't communicating in good faith. I was declaring a thing and saying, this is true. Not doing that. Although a lot of people do that with the same ideas I'm trying to advance as what the best conclusion I've gotten to are.
so is there an air of genuinity to the Bible, and was there people actually trying to communicate real ideas that they genuinely want to teach, and are there lessons to take to apply to the world, such as groups and the behaviors of them? Yeah, it's valid to say that, sure. And that
Doesn't necessarily comes from how accurate it is so much as how convenient it is, how useful it has been to the human story, specifically at the inflection points.
does this lend to it genuinely being divinely inspired? To the by reason of it being useful and the stars seem to align when you read it. Which I won't doubt that something could be there because crazy shit happens in reality.
Crazy inflection points are spontaneous. Okay, here's another perspective. Things are deterministic, or soft deterministic, in a sense. Perhaps the dominoes were created in a way that they fall in cycles. And that at the inflection point of these cycles, even though you're a domino too, you can look at that and say, yeah, someone's messing with this. Someone's messing with us. Someone's messing with reality. Because the play is written with twists and moments in which you can just look at that and say, that's bullshit. Just give me a chance. Come on, the volcano exploding right now? Really? Right when I'm sending the army to arrest the degenerates that try to convert half the people in my empire? Really? Right now? Really? A flood? Seriously? right? When we Babylonians were reaping the fruits of our human sacrifice cult. You get the point.
Yeah.
It's almost like something's listening, watching, and will just put its foot down on a mountain because there is a purpose to you being here, and what you are doing is detracting from that. And that maybe you can then take it a step further and say, well, maybe these texts that purport to be the word of that intention, that claim to tell you what that purpose is, really did have an extrinsic hand.
If you wanna get on that level of metaphysical, then yeah, we can argue that a lot of things, in fact, everything is divine intervention. Like, I'm open to you saying that. But
yeah, okay, but that's an easy thing to agree on.
That by relation, that also elevates a lot of other things being divine. In fact, almost everything.
Yes. Like Judah committing child rape. Over and over. Is that divine will? Yeah, it has to be. And it has to be to a significant degree. Not maybe to the significant degree of causing a giant flood to end a civilization, but it has to be to a significant degree because they seem to keep doing it. And the ones who are doing it also seem to enjoy dressing themselves up in frilly, colorful clothes and becoming persons of influence in cities, and then using that to become money changers, and so on and so forth, and it keeps going. You may be sitting there being like, well, I'm gonna bring a solution to the Jewish question, and then saying, it doesn't seem fair. No matter what we keep doing, they keep coming back. And they keep never changing. You can't educate them out of it. You can't exterminate them out of it. There's always the same constant number of them in the world. And they always keep doing the same thing in the same way and behaving the same way. Now, you could take that extra step and believe that good old Sky Dad does want to rape your kids because that's necessary for his play to go the way he wants it to go. Or you could say, you know what, this is all just looking for the things that seem most consistent and declaring things that are consistent to be divine will. But I don't think that is the right line of thinking because there has to be an extrinsic design to things. And if there is an extrinsic design to things, it would be smart for it to do that. It would be efficient for it to do that. Yeah, what?
Yeah, it's a divine will to have the Jews pop up and rape children and then flush humanity down the toilet for a cycle.
Be antagonist. Now, you don't have to be grateful for it. You don't have to say, oh, good Lord, thank you for doing that. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be in your Gnostic prison when my kids get raped. Because you have some kind of weird grand ascension plan of humanity that goes this way.
Does align with my fucking paradigm where I explain to people the mechanisms of everything in the universe and all things being nature, but that suffering and shit has a purpose and that people can be instruments of dealing that out. But that does not mean to praise the suffering. In fact, I tell them to kill someone threatening their existence. So, what does that say? That divine intervention? Did I actually get face fucked by the infinite?
Yeah. Do you have to be grateful for it? Certainly not.
But do the followers of that actually believe that? Do they think of it on that level? Or do they just...
No, because Christianity, well, do the followers of Christianity, or do people who take a look at those texts and try to derive conclusions from them, like there have been for thousands of years among European nobility, believe that?
People recite that it's God's plan whenever bad things happen, but do they realize
The
what that
cultists
means?
are cultists. They don't. They're cultists. They believe the book and the story they're told to believe. They're literally being lied to, I believe, by the good Lord for their own good.
Sure, yes.
It is a giant cope cult, so that you can keep, so that you can, so that you don't end up sacrificing your own kids on an altar.
It's interesting that you say it that way because I've been bouncing some ideas in my head, and my basically like an alter ego that I bounce ideas off of said that so you've basically made the ultimate way to cope with existence.
Yes. The good Lord said, well, these people are going to have to cope with what's coming. Okay, and he made Demon Prince Jesus, who does miracles like a demon does, and who teaches, don't be a fag. Don't be a fag. Here is many examples of don't be a fag. Don't be a fag. And then people, they go every Sunday and they hear, don't be a fag. Do not sacrifice your kids.
Right.
Don't stop.
See, it makes sense, but do you need it to, whenever you get to the level of awareness where you can look at it this way, did you need it to do that? Did you need to follow the doctrine?
If you can be like you and see things with an eagle-eye view and not be people who need to be taught, do you need that? No, you don't.
Alright, that's... See, like, I don't have a fucking problem with this. So... Like, what is the crux of what we're getting?
Well, the crux of what we're getting at is that then you can look forward and say, well, when is it going to be smart for divine intervention to happen? And since everything is divine intervention, then you can start looking at, well, what in actuality, what in current world, was the intention behind this thing existing, and what is about to happen as a logical conclusion of it. Why does technology own the world? What was God's plan? What did he mean by this? Why does he want the human story to go this way?
What if we pull in almost Evangelion and prevent our apocalypse?
Well, what do you think the good guys sacrificing kids to demons are doing? You know, it's the great irony that these people who are, they live here in Geneva and New York and so on, and they're very rich, and they've achieved a lot in life. They've achieved a lot in life. There's no denying that. Even if they're in politics, they've spent decades working hard to get themselves ahead, sometimes at other people's expense, but getting themselves ahead. And they've built something. And they see people like them building something. And they are happy about having built many things and how many things are being built around the world.
Science,
And they
sorcery,
say,
death.
why can I not stop
Stalk,
people from being stupid? Why can I not stop suffering? Why can't I solve? Why can't I build until everything is solved? And they see God and they're like, this guy made a Gnostic prison.
where are my schematics?
Time to Evangelion. No, really. Time to Evangelion.
Are the Luciferians right then?
And then the Luciferians are like, well, how are we going to do this? We're going to use victory by all means possible, as the Germans would say, because Satan is the one savior of the white race. And so they try technology. Technology works. But really, you know what works? What the Vedics were doing. Where you go to Yamantaka and you say, kill white people. Just do it. Just kill all white people. Kill all of them. And I think what they're doing is not that they're trying to save mankind and kill God. No, I think they've understood that you can't kill God. You can't literally end infinites. You can't move the immovable object. But what you can do is spite his plan and say, okay, you want to play with us? Well, game's over. I'm going to start killing everybody brutally, very efficiently, creating an end of the world by essentially euthanizing humanity so that Big G can't play with it anymore. And that's why they do their very best to put in your sundry products things that make you infertile, and why they try to do everything they can, including child sacrifice cults, to make people stop procreating or to not help their progeny, and so on and so forth. And they're doing this by saying, well, this is the only way. But also from the comfort of their ivory towers, where they're very comfortable. In fact, they usually have a lot of children that they spend a lot of time and money on, making sure that they're part of the warrior class that will also perpetuate their power. But you've had experience with how most people who, even if they're very powerful, they're not very enlightened. And so you could see how they could get there and be satisfied with that, even though there are obvious flaws with that way of thinking. Capiche?
Yeah.
So they're not wrong. They're not wrong. We are in a Gnostic prison, and we are being put through the worst of it on purpose. God is raping your kids on purpose. But these people are going to prevent kids being raped by raping kids. They're going to prevent people being hurt by hurting people until there are no more people to hurt. One last war, One last war to end all wars type of thing.
Is this your actual conclusion on the world, or is this use some Hegelian
I don't believe
dialectics
this.
with
I don't believe this. I think the people who are quite powerful and so on, their cults and what they do, Bohemian Grove, all the good stuff, that's what they do believe. Because they're not on the path of the sage. They're on the path of power. They're powerful people. They're not enlightened people. They haven't spent their life doing that. And people who have spent decades, enlightening themselves are not powerful people because they haven't been spending their time doing that. And so you have this kind of dialectic where you have powerful, fairly ignorant people being made a mockery of by Big G into creating his own Gnostic prison by trying to resist his Gnostic prison. Do I resent God for creating Gnostic prison? Do I want to kill God, is what you're asking me.
No, I was asking, like, everything you're saying, is this is this what you actually think is going on metaphysically?
Yes.
Are you
Think of
certain,
it like
or is
this.
this just a consideration?
Am I certain that God is designing reality this way? Or am I certain that powerful people think they're doing that, and that's what it's doing? What part of the assertion do you think I believe? Or are you asking me I believe?
You are explaining some of the Luciferian sects, their beliefs on it, but I mean, I'm gonna have a disconnect with you if you. So wait, were you just
What are you asking me that I believe?
What you were just saying?
Well, I was saying many different things.
Between the suggesting that the divine intervention in the climate change is part of the cycles and part of the system that, and all of that ties up into what we're talking about now. Before we were talking about the Luciferians. Is that your logical deduction?
You can take a look at the world today and say, well, this is the God's plan meme.
Or using is this to explain that you could use the Bible to try to explain the world?
No, you can't use the Bible to explain the world because the Bible is a cult. The Bible is the office. You can't use the office to explain the world. What you can do is that you can look at climate change and you can ask yourself, why is climate change the next step in the story? And then you can take a look at the Torah, maybe the Bible if you want to, why not? The Vedic texts, anything you have access to that would let you glean some information as to what the good Lord may be thinking when he's designing the story this way. And in that sense, yes. You can pick up the Bible and say, well, why would God do climate change? Why? And then you can come up with your own answer. Might not be the right answer, but you can do that. Because there is intention behind it.
And that's fine. Do that.
You can do it with other texts.
Right.
You can do it with your own intuition. You can do it with the scientific method. As long as you have more knowledge and information.
Skavenbright's greatest, best inventor. Thief in the nice night. Move tails.
And so I should ask you, what's your stance on this?
That the Bible can use to do that.
You're awfully focused on the Bible and whether it can be used to do that. So yes, answer that. Since that seems to be the question you want to ask.
Sure, it's fine. You're doing more than a sleeper.
But you could be doing more, is what's implied. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's just, it's part of your process. You need to look at it because, in theory, it might be a book in which Big G revealed the way he thinks. And if Skydad thinks the way he thinks in the Bible, well, what would he think about climate change? Why was he thinking that was a good idea?
Yeah, that's fine. When you're talking about just amalgamating that into your internal environment, yeah, that's completely fine. In fact, it is beneficial if you have the time to spend on it.
What I'm not saying, because clearly somehow as an American it triggers your survival reflex. I'm not telling you you have to be part of the cult because the cult is truth.
I'm fine with amalgamating literature, sure, yeah, and
Well,
it does
it's not
have
just
that.
literature. It's, in theory, divine intellect and intention. If you can know what Skydad is thinking, well, you can use that to useful purposes. You know how Skydad thinks, so you know what Skydad's next move is, or what his current moves mean, which is why the holy texts are particularly important.
I don't know. I'm skeptical of that because you don't.
As
You
one
have to
should.
be. You have to be really afraid of trying to project things onto a godlike being like that. I mean, because
Mm-hmm.
I did. I mean, the paradigm that you. Not saying it's yours that you throw at me based on reading the Bible is a good one to have. It's similar to mine. But I don't. I don't claim to know what it's planning. Just that. Just to. I mean, I guess on some level it is, but
I'm not saying you can know for sure, best interpretation, and then that becomes useful. It's causality. It's like knowing that when you're going to try to turn that plane on and drive it up, it will go up and fly. In theory. You don't know it will.
like it is. No, it is it is at least an important thing to read because it's so intertwined with us at this point, and it was actual people trying to convey ideas through these stories, regardless if it was divine or not. Which I'm not saying. Like I'm actually open to the consideration that shit like that happens because it might have happened to me. It gave me perspective on what that might look like. Yeah, it's fucking fine to amalgamate it and try to use it as part of your internal environment to try to explain where things are going. But if I was the one using that as part of my database, it would be to appeal to authority and say, as it says in the Bible, this and that. And it would mesmerize the sleepers, and perhaps it would give me ammunition to do that. I haven't
Turn
had.
around and use the cult to your own advantage. Yeah, you could. That's what people had the same idea as you thousands. Yeah, since the start, really.
And theoretically, that's how it started. Usually how they fucking start. Putting all of the fucking European. So, I guess the crux is is it a book of actual substance to genuinely take into consideration to understand existence? Then yeah. It has a lot of things that are convenient, intertwined, and thematics and shit. It's an interesting case study, like in all of history.
Well, because knowing is power.
And it's a net gain to read it.
Mm-hmm.
When I was saying that it's like the Office, were you under the assumption that I'm saying it has no fucking substance, no merit? Because I was saying, I don't know, that was like fucking 2 hours ago. I don't remember now.
No, but The Office does have truths to it. But the difference is that it's not, God didn't sit down and write The Office on purpose. He didn't write down The Office
It's not.
written by God, guys. Written by God, guys. And in this office written by God, God is going to show up and show you how to do. So you were saying it was mundane. I was saying that it's not mundane, is really where the argument came.
So just for just intellectually, no, it's not. It's not your fucking irrelevant, obviously, because I value studying history, seeing the development of theory. So like that would obviously be counterproductive to what I was saying. To what I believe. It's just that I think I don't remember the atmosphere of what we were saying, like however long ago that was. But it sounded like it almost sounded like you were actually saying I should use it to explain reality, and that because it has convenience, that it is special. Well, I think that was the main part of it, is that I should take special consideration just because it has convenience. Like just based on that alone, that is not like I would actually start pulling out Warhammer in the Office. Convenience doesn't really mean anything.
All right, convenience and popularity and
Really
sheer
doesn't.
accuracy of some of the ideas doesn't make it what I was purporting it to be.
Because if
Which
that's
I agree with.
right, but another
But it
semantics
does have
autism
something
attack.
else to it. Mm-hmm.
I agree. We had another semantics autism attack.
But it has to be. This is just, when you're, if you could just communicate paradigms and there would never be errors in translation.
We could just communicate telepathically and show each other balls of light in another dimension.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, of course it's not fucking irrelevant, because, like I said, fucking, it's obviously important to understand things.
Yeah. And then you have to, to tie back to how all this started is, well, now that you're doing all of this stuff to do the big understanding, what are you going to use all of that potentialized power for? And that's where most people fail.
Well,
That's where most cults draw short.
just out of compulsion,
Buddhists
I just
don't use
wonder,
it for anything.
like, the compulsive thing that I've been doing with it that isn't part of my planning is that I just walk around and kind of sometimes I get in that trance where I just start saying like wisdom at people, kind of with lucidity. That that's not what I planned on doing, but that's what I do compulsively. I can only do that because of my level of awareness. Planned thing is that I wanted to do something creative with it. Because what's fucking hilarious is that one of the reason I started crossing into the milestones is because I just wanted to know how would psychic powers work if they were real, and then that involves actually getting into making symbolism for mental development. So I need to know what I'm symbolizing. In addition to that is like just a lifelong thing of wanting to know why things happen, which it's just a compulsive thing we do for ourselves. A genuine want, because whenever you get your ego shattered, you wake back up in this reality fresh without your shielding, and you just want to know as much as best as possible what the fuck is happening, so it's less not as terrifying the next time.
Mm-hmm.
That is to say, because of that, this level of awareness, it's harder to get us to commit suicide, where other sleepers would have just killed themselves. Like, that's what fucking some of the tests were when I was tripping. There's like there's some sensations where it's like video drum shit where it's like it's like actual lies just to get you to kill yourself or kill other people. That's why that fucking guy in the CIA committed suicide in MK Ultra. They're just not ready for that shit. Level of awareness and complexity contributes to your defenses, at least. Say that your life can't be so fucked up that you don't kill yourself. That's like four answers.
Yeah, or you could play Evangelion. kill God.
And I wouldn't be down with some of the elite rituals. Like I don't want. I'm not a rapey person. But if we're just if we're like building technology, break out of the Gnostic prison, then I'm down with that.
Well, I'm sure the rapey stuff is for the people that need to be controlled that way.
Oh, fucking tools of pain. That's what they do. And whether you're gonna kill God or not, you're either whether you're gonna kill God or you're just focusing on your own enlightenment. They're just there for that to make you think on it. They would think on that pagan woman studying the pagan elites, their Luciferian paradigm. I think she said, well, the risk of breaking out of the Gnostic prison is what if the God beings put us, that are lording over us and siphoning our energy, is just the last people that broke out? Or what if Lucifer is just lying to you?
Yeah, what if Lucifer is actually the guy that lies in the story? Wouldn't that be unfortunate? What if that was his role? To make a mockery of you?
And also, considering what the Bible has been used for, it could also be said that it's that the Gnostic wardens are the liars.
Cower before Chief Warlock Claw. No fair.
Also true.
Over the course of this conversation, everyone in the world has declared war on me in Total Warhammer.
This is what happens when you try to borrow under their citadels and nuke them.
You're gonna fucking do that now.
You reach jihadi status.
Violating the NAP, so I'm just gonna start building nukes under all of their cities. The techno rats in this game, they actually refer to their government as technocracy.
I would believe it. Because if there was something I would describe technocrats as, is rats. The techno-rats. Their metaphysical animal is indeed the rat.
Warlock of Skavenblight. More warpstone. Now, now!
Yeah. At the end of it, it just becomes about. It's still, generalizations go out the window. when it comes to the reasons you choose to what part of the play you then choose to play once you understand it better than anybody else. People have personal reasons for becoming technocrats or infernalists or so on and so forth. Or I'm becoming a Jew. I'm becoming a Jew. Because I could become a Jew. You could become a Jew. And then you would start wearing frilly clothes and whoremongering.
And I don't have a point of reference for what I look like when I have physical power. On that level. I don't know if I go full ring.
You probably would. There's a reason everybody enjoys it. It is like, can you get over your inborn guilt? Can you get over the fact that you really think this is not a moral thing to do, and then enjoy it? Because in and of itself, it is enjoyable.
See, like we can talk shit all day, but like I said, I went to a fucking funeral that wasn't mine and it fucking knocked me down. So like I
You went
can't.
to your own funeral.
If my own funeral, I don't know. All three people there.
Implying. Yeah. Yeah, and then after that, you have a choice, right? Control gives you a choice. It doesn't completely remove you from reality. It just lets you choose how you interact with it.
Well, at the very least, it makes your mind more hard to predict and understand.
As well.
I still don't believe in choice. I just say it's harder to see the mechanism of what made our choice due to us being more complicated.
Yeah.
Which is what I enjoy, because then it at least resembles the soul.
But that's progress, and there's no way to go up from here, is there? At least not in this life.
Specifically, what's progress?
Of having taken that step up into the complicated.
You can get more
into
complicated.
A thing. Yeah, you can get more complicated.
I would say that we're still complete fucking idiots. More complicated people.
But you got more complicated by finding evidence of people who are more complicated than you and their intentions, and for some reason I can't seem to find people even more complicated than me. Well, I do, and I read their books, but complicated beyond comprehension. Where are they? What are they doing? If this path has been trodden before, I don't see it.
I would honestly argue that we're already similar to the people you read the books of.
Yeah. So what's the next step beyond that? What's more complicated than that?
We're in our fucking 20s, so Guaranteed.
Well, if someone has to go there, either someone's already been there or someone has to go there first. So it's worth a try.
Don't have enough of an ego to say that there's not people vastly more complicated. Like, I want to do some fucking tests on engineers, because they're extremely, they're in a different direction. I would say that there's a lot of people that have a bigger toolbox than us.
Yeah. But
I don't.
are they do they have are they so clean of being controlled by abstractions as we?
Well, generally, based on people I've interacted with on the internet, it seems like they discover something that makes them able to spread wisdom to lost children on the internet and also give themselves material success, where a 29-year-old NEET becomes a system admin, $40 an hour, because he felt like it. And they wrangle a bunch of retards on their image. I'm actually slowly turning into them, other than not having material success. I'm just becoming that guy that sees through people and just, I compulsively sometimes tear people down. And I give them cryptic, stinging, short posts to bounce around in their head. So that's
Yeah,
probably.
well, measured on the impact, yes, there is far bigger fish than us, doubtlessly. But I would wager that those things have become very big because they've let themselves become an extension of something that's already big.
Like,
And
I'm
in doing
just.
so, sacrificed a part of their individuality.
I'm only saying, like, as so far as where they are, it's like once you realize why the universe is functioning the way it is, and you're like, you don't care about changing it, but you still have a compulsion to live, so you just go get a job, and you just kind of don't care about getting up on a soapbox and telling people about things. Kind of just click into the materium. Maybe you just spread your wisdom out of compulsion sometimes.
Mayhaps.
Seems to be where they are. They just kind of don't know where they are. They just don't care. Because the people who go on the most about enlightenment are usually idiots. You're not supposed to fucking preach about it and say how enlightened you are and tell people what to do. And then maybe that's why people die on a mountain.
Well, they don't want to be enlightened. They don't want to enlighten others. They just want to let them know that they're enlightened so that they should be doing what they say. Behold me, for I am powerful. Therefore, do what I say. But yes, the die on a mountain thing with Buddhists is just it is the absurdity of perfectionism at work. And I think it's different than that. But yes, it is like, behold, I am very enlightened. I have now secluded myself to this mountain.
I'm not
where
talking
I
about we'll
okay,
announce
never
it.
mind then.
Like, I don't want.
I thought you were relating that to Buddhists doing the same.
Like, I don't. Like, I just don't trust institutions in general, so I'm just saying, like, maybe they're. Yeah, I see how you conflated that because I did basically go full circle back to that. But I am saying that that's kind of what I was getting at before when I was saying I don't know what they're going through or what they know, but there might be a real rationale, a level where you just want to go to a mountain and just sit there forever.
Yeah, that's cowardice in a sense.
No, because when I discovered more, when I became more aware, now I have adopted my current paradigm where nothing is out of place and everything is nature. The only thing you really have to do is defend your existence in the bigger scheme of it. But now you understand why things are happening. If like I know more, then I'll probably just go to a mountain. I don't know for sure. That is basically what I want to do whenever I reach the end of those trips. Like I don't want to get broken down and destroyed by the material world even more, even though it enhances me by torturing me. But
Well, the point I make is that you have to come back down eventually. Like the cycle of water.
and all down really is it's just fucking carrying your awareness back to society and getting burned by it and collecting more information. I don't know enough about what monks in the mountains are doing. I'm just saying like that's that's why I was saying Ted Kaczynski was right just in the part where I recognize that my ego is coming back because of the misery of the material world, and that I will still have misery out in the wilderness, but it will be in a way that humans are designed for. Except then I realized that this civilization is still nature, and that the torture is just more profound and more painful metaphysically.
I think, no, from experience, the suffering out in nature isn't more bearable. It just makes you. It doesn't weaken you.
It's
You gain something from it.
yeah well you gain something from this too, but
Yeah,
the suffer
you do.
what we gain from this is abstract. But
Yes, that's true.
But you also gain it from out there. But this this is a different kind of abstract. Like I'm just saying, out in the wilderness, the suffering out there is what humans are like made for, in a way that your body agrees with it, and it's like you will probably feel more in place out there your body will be less bipolar, less volatile in dealing with what you were evolved into. But that is to have a more agreeable arrangement. That's not the same as an arrangement that enhances you mentally. Because this torture has its purpose. The barrage of fucking millions of thoughts and outlets that they're coming from. Hell that you don't realize you're living in until you can really perceive it. Well, not that they're living in hell, but you don't see the big mechanisms that are connected into our mental development. And that so much invisible shit going on to the average person that like you can't even tell where hell ends, where it's coming from, and there's no one to blame for it unless you make something up.
Science, sorcery, death.
Well, you have to both feed the beast and be a normie in order to deal with reality. You also have to sacrifice that again.
Best weapons, miscalculated.
It's all a balancing act of putting effort in all directions.
Four-horned rat. Kill targets now. Stink of command. Warlock master. Serve yourselves up to your master.
Which, no, I guess you have to be agnostic to it and not think too much about what you want to get out of it. Because that's what keeps people in the normie paradigm. All they can think about is what they get out of it. Yes, it would be nice. Yes, go through the pain of confronting death and meditating and so on, but what do I get out of it?
Just awareness and whatever that's useful for. They don't get anything out of nothing guaranteed material to get out of it. In fact, it's actually detrimental to get material. You are not in the right place. Would not want. I was gonna say, I would not want to give a factory prole almost omnipotent awareness, because that would be the right thing to do. Go suck on that and be enhanced by it.
This arms race, no contest.
Fuck him.
Yeah, like I see a great example is Pentex Clone Jew. He goes about trying to find some lost sense of identity in the form of identifying as a literal caricature of the international cosmopolitan Jew, and he's obsessed about what his material impact on the world is. Obsessed. That's all he thinks about. That's all he does to consider his choices. And he just ends up being this little demon man that anybody but himself can see is controlled by his absolute need for a combination of validation and the satisfaction of seeing that you can do things, that people can be grateful to you, that you can change the world, and just being addicted to that to the point of making everybody else uncomfortable just in their mere contact with you. All that to say, you do become possessed by your own desires. You let them run wild, and so it's better to have none until you need to, because then you're giving yourself to the thing you desire. And since you've become so much more than your average cattle head, then that effect is irreversible, or can be. The possession is so much stronger.
Core systems on!
And then there's no saving you. There's no saving you.
I'm constantly skeptical, paranoid about it.
Never actually believe something. Never let something take over. But eventually you will have to. And you have to make the right choice. And maybe the right way to do that is to look at what it does from as close as you can without getting sucked in. And that's a complicated dance in and of itself. Maybe I will go to the top of a mountain in Asia and do the meme and walk around the mountain and listen to the yogis and so on and so forth. But at some point, you were just there to see what it's like, and you can't let that just take over your mind. Like a normal shit who went to Asia to go see the monks and was like, this is great, and then left his whole life behind to go become that.
More local base! Tail swan!
It's not to say I don't have a fucking belief, because I believe in my paradigm right now. I am open to any fucking proof that we don't need suffering.
Yeah. But are you open to it if you're not looking for it?
What?
Yeah, bro, I'm open to new ideas, but are you looking? I know I suffer from that a lot. Because at some point it just becomes convenient to not constantly re-examine everything all the time. Because it does consume you. And you do have to make a utilitarian choice.
Slaves! Send troops to capture the enemy defenses, Commander. They can be turned to
Well, the AI knows it.
The rat men will prevail.
See what this like actually fire nuclears.
Rat man technocracy.
This is my
How are the trad
technocracy.
warriors doing in your game?
So apparently, just watch the nuclear missile, and they actually have underground missile silos that fire nuclear missiles in a medieval fantasy land.
Based?
Because it was like an orbital strike coming down on the castle. It's extremely trad. That was the traddest mushroom cloud I've ever seen.
Mushroom clones are, in theory, very trad because America was trad when it bombed Japan.
Ready, ready! Superior one! It shall be done!
White race nuked
Yes!
brown races.
We obey! Yes, yes!
Very
yeah.
fast.
We did have nukes when we were trad. Forgot about that.
Yeah, it was the 50s. Or the 40s. Nuclear bombs.
This is my technocracy.
Even World of Darkness has the meme that it used to be very trad. Now things are bad. Even World of Darkness.
You start saying things are really tech.
Yeah, what is the counterpart to trad? Degenerate. Modern. Tech. things were really tech back then too. Guys, technology isn't necessarily not trad if you're nuking the brown races.
That's really reason, bro.
That's really reason.
Escape and slaves!
Trade. $16-year-old wins $3 million Fortnite World Cup. The West is dead.
The West just fucking collapsed.
Right then and there. You know, the wonderful thing about all that is that there's a bunch of actually powerful technocrats doing their damnness to collapse the West and kill the white race unironically, exactly in that sense. And go home, they tell their barbecue mates, guys, we need to kill the white race. We're gonna have to do it. And then you have the ring of internet autists saying they're killing the West. The West is dead. Meanwhile, they're both wrong. They're both completely absurdly wrong. And I think that's why how you can tell that like you would say ideologues, I guess I could use that term, are always damned because they always end up being made a mockery of. A terrible, sour mockery of. By being so absurdly wrong as for their ideas not just to be wrong and to be learned from, no, they're irrelevant. They were wrong because they were never real in the first place. Guys, we need to kill the white race and create a giant eugenics program to reduce population. And we need to destroy the West because the West is evil and creates wars. We need to kill trad because trad means killing people. And trad means I forget how far the ideology stretches. Because trad is cruel. So we need to put kids in dresses so that they never breed. Two sides of a coin. That's why one day you need to get, I don't know. Henry Kissinger and the Golden One to argue. And just film that. Kidnap the both of them, put them in a warehouse, and make them argue for hours. Henry Kissinger's probably a lot better at arguing, probably has a much more reasonable way of communicating his paradigm. But the Golden One is probably far more stubborn. Because he needs to believe.
Now, nothing on that level, but been watching Destiny, or I've been listening to Destiny debates at work. Just because it's funny to listen to a non-ideologue repeatedly destroy alt-right ideologues. Just to hear every fucking argument. Destiny. Just type in Destiny debates. He actually already debated that 15-year-old that we were talking about.
That 15-year-old.
You remember? Compared it to trannies converting.
Oh, you mean the
cults.
8-year-old rambling outright stuff at the camera?
And so that child typed a paragraph that we should like kill all Muslims, and that I don't know if it's a he or a she. She's had enough. We need to kill them all. We need a nuke to drop on them. And then Destiny.
She's supposed to be 15.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. So Destiny read that comment out and basically made her walk it back within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But with cognitive dissonance, where she couldn't admit that she did that. Really.
Yeah, it sounds like some nigga with the mind sphere.
He just has facts. So that when you try
You try
to debate, like if they try to debate the Holocaust with him, if it happened or not, it's basically over. I've never seen them win an argument wherever an argument has happened for that. Like, I know we meme about the Holocaust, but I've never seen them win.
Yeah, but you know, because they can't argue. Honestly, the Holocaust is one of the easier things to argue on. If you can get people to agree to like the crazy like wooden doors and exposed light bulbs and type of stuff arguments.
I've seen those also lose.
Yeah.
Really not something.
I've seen those explained away, but really it's like it does make sense. Industrial scale killing, where's the industry? Oh, it's this one room. Have you ever been to a camp?
No.
No, I've been dragged out to camps, and they tell you, you know, like 200,000 people died here. And then they bring you into a room the size of a kitchen with like 4 ovens, and they were like, this is how they cook them. And even as a kid, you're expecting to walk into like an actual factory, and instead it is just like a big like camping area with this one room they call the killing spot, and it's not. It really isn't. It's a big. Those are big bread ovens. That room is a storage room. What I do believe is that Nazis ran around executing Jews at gunpoint, and then they stopped doing that because it was inefficient. So instead, they just put them in actual concentration camps where they worked them to death. That absolutely happened.
Like to see them win an argument against those people who actually have the fucking walls of texts. I won't
They
fucking.
were worked to death and starved to death, and there weren't nearly as many dead as people as is purported.
Oh, I don't
and
rule
the
out that
oven
they
and
fucking lied about it. They exaggerated it. Just kept running with it. Because that was merged with American propaganda about an enemy they were fighting.
Man, the industrial being gassed and burned is also just fiction. But it does come from somewhere that there was something. There was an effort to just put people in camps and starve them. Which is what happens in most wars, actually. You just take the undesirables, put them in a camp, starve them, work them to death.
It's just a topic I fucking avoid because I can't argue for it and I really don't care. I don't even care about the Jews now.
Yeah, there's just another part of reality, another part to play.
I mean, it would be interesting to know in regards to how they use it to fucking psyops a lot of the goyim. But the well is so fucking poisoned that it's not worth it.
I don't agree. I think it's just mired in such large amounts of lying and so on that
Lying on both sides.
yeah, that because people will believe what they want to. That it's not worth the effort actually getting to the bottom of it. But if you do bother and you get to the bottom of it, well, you do know there is that possibility.
Yeah. Like if I sat down and read all the fucking walls of text they were throwing at. But honestly, that's the point where it's not even. Like my mind is telling me it's not worth the information. Just like watching them scream at each other and see who loses. But yeah, it's like whenever I was still like a right wing ideologue. Like I was also memed like all of the audiences of all these e-celebs on YouTube. That like Destiny was like the worst fucking person to ever walk the earth and does all this shit. And he's a child raping, pedophile, racist, encourages people to kill themselves. Liberal, leftist, commie propagandist, paid off by Soros. Because that's basically what happens whenever you kind of just throw facts at people, argue. Because I don't care. The thing I care about is basically the truth now. So if the data says that we should import the entire third world, there's like nothing you can really do about it. And then you see like how fucking desperate and pathetic they are when they actually Because they actually repeatedly insinuate, I don't trust those statistics. It sounds like there's an agenda. Say that repeatedly. So, like, basically, so they try to pretend that they care about sources and stats. And then whenever you throw yours at them, they say that yours is made, it's fabricated by communist Jews.
And sometimes they're not even wrong. Because
I don't rule that out,
in
but
browse poll for years, you've seen that, yeah, it is. There is that.
I don't rule that out. But they
And
also
so
don't know
it's
what the
just,
fuck they're talking
it
about
turns
either.
into, yeah,
Just because they're accidentally
they don't
right
know
a
what they're
couple
talking about either.
times. They're just accidentally right a few times. There's not actually.
Yeah.
It actually sounds fucking ridiculous to listen to the actual, like when he debates with the actual Voltards. Because, like, they actually. Because they have to say it in a way that they don't obviously look schizophrenic and paranoid.
Yeah.
Because it actually sounds ridiculous when they try to say it.
Trying to be somewhat legitimate, somewhat palatable to the consensus view.
They have to be palatable, yeah. Oh, you know that Sticks and Hammer guy?
Sticks and hammer.
Don't
Oh, yeah, that guy. The what was he named?
doesn't matter.
What was he nicknamed? I forget. There was a funny nickname they'd give.
Spoon.
Yeah, the guy who looks like a lesbian.
I don't care, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
So,
Like, he chose this character.
okay, so that guy's like the anarcho-capitalist or libertarian, whatever he feels like in the moment, because those aren't totally different things. So he's the actual ideologue that I didn't realize I was making fun of when I was ranting about people say everything's not real capitalism. Like, he in real time cannot decide if he's an anarcho-capitalist or a small government libertarian. If you have regulations or laws, it's not a real free market, not real capitalism.
You know, to be fair, considering all of that, if you step away from the way ideologues handle it, at the end of the day, it is a governmental system, and systems can be designed to be as efficient as possible. And so this debate is warranted to exist. And if you go down the rabbit hole, you see some pretty good ideas proposed, like this
Right
would
now,
the system
no argument
would
here.
work better.
That's
But the
not my
way,
point.
yeah, what you're saying is that they're complete.
It's not my. The point is that he could not decide. He did not even know what his ideology was that he was clinging on
Yes.
to. He was worshiping an ideology that he didn't even really understand. So that brings me to another debate I was listening to, where a guy said that 10 years are the reason that American education has failed, but he did not know what 10 years were when the definition was read out.
Was that Molyneux?
No, this guy obviously quoted Molyneux because I used to listen to Molyneux, so I knew what he was quoting. I know that they regurgitate that shit from each other. So he did. So ideologues. Like, I just watched this guy because he actually pulls these people up, and whenever they blatantly reveal that they have no idea what they're talking about, and use all of these wormy tactics, like that Gift of Zeech song starts playing in my head because it's staring directly into human nature without a filter.
Mm-hmm. You can see the thoughts behind what they're feeling, what they really are.
Yeah.
Like, Like if their skin started turning translucent and you got yourself a UI overlay that lets you know what's going on in there.
Yeah, it's like
He clearly doesn't know what he's talking about,
he
and he
doesn't.
knows it.
He based. So not only did he not know, he spent like 15 minutes saying, "Look, I don't like arguing with people who've obviously never read up on the thing they're talking about. I don't like to talk to people who haven't read up on things that they're arguing for." And then the Destiny guy just reads the definition and destroys him. It like ends. It ends it, but it doesn't just end there because then it's an hour of damage control. And then, like in all debates, nothing changes. They cling on to it because they're emotional. They won't.
See,
They won't.
The-
They won't have his voice really affect them until they come into a troubled place where they have a House Games-esque morality shift, where they're
you can
they
take
gain a
that
derangement.
to the next level. You can take that to the next level if you happen to know what you are talking about, or at least to know how the guy is wrong in the specific subject. It's something to behold to have an argument with someone who will just prompt it on, let's say, capitalism, and they rant it at you, and it happens that you've gone down that rabbit hole, and then instead you just you get them to agree that your view is the correct view because it is. And so then you can start arguing and they can't actually that's when they can't step out of it because if they disagree with you, they're losing out. You see, so it's like arguing on what's the better method of um, performing an appendicitis removal. And one guy will be like, well, you can see it clearly you would agree that this better. And at that point, they have to either, that's when you get them to either argue or to get very, very upset. And the levels of upset usually only increase, like with the tenure definition, in how far you will go to make them look like, how can I put it? To contrast with their ignorance, show the definition, like showing the definition of tenure. And that doesn't just win the argument, doesn't end the argument where everybody goes their separate ways. It gets people upset. The problem is that the guy showed the definition, then you let him talk. Then you keep going. Because that's what arguments are. Arguments are just let us present our facts to each other to see who has the better information. And if you actually have information before doing that, then people will get very angry.
That's why I started listening to these, is because it's like the Poltards and the Esalebs they worship. They get hostile really fucking fast. They really emotionally escalate.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then
wonderful.
Once that gets out of control and the person is completely despondent because they've been dragged across the dirt, then, well, in that context of online debates, you can't do that. Then you just drag it into destroying them. And then you just put your hand inside their head and start breaking things. It's basically why kids who go to college end up all fucked up. Because it's what their professors will attempt to do to them, to put them essentially in a submissive position and let themselves be subjected to reprogramming. And that is the whole point of arguing. so that you can get to that point to reprogram the other person, which you would understand why it's a big Jewish tradition. And the irony of all these outright people being particularly obsessed with arguing.
Can't even get past first stage.
No.
It's so fucking funny because for like whenever he's like, I just single this guy out because every time he like debates them, they like apparently go on social media and say that he's a pedophile and circle gossip about him, and then they fucking hilarious. So fucking extreme. I'm actually I don't have the drive. It never gets to that point where I want to change them that last stage because I'm fine with them indoctrinating children to shoot up buildings. I don't care. I just Okay.
Well, if you wanted to use people and to create a following, you could see how that's useful. And to his credit, Molly Meme has, well, at least formerly. These days, he's just rusty. He refuses to. He's bought into his own. He drank his own Kool-Aid, but he used to be very good at doing that. And then he started relishing in it and being like, "Well, I could break anybody and just tell them how to be." Because I am the Molly Meme who tells people how to be, and then that became his persona.
No, listen. The reason you're emotionally unstable is because they cut the tip of your penis off when you were born.
Did your mother slap you ever? No. I know this is about capitalism, but did she? Did she?
You know, there's like an actual valid thing. It's like you are justified to personally attack someone who wants to round up the quote unquote degenerates and kill them all.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is obvious that because they are an ideologue and so detached from reality that they are escaping from life for some reason and need something to be better than reality.
Yeah. And you can say that about anybody with power. Because the vast majority of people with power will do that.
That they're
No,
escaping.
turn into the trying to escape from reality by creating a simulacra reality where there is a big evil and they are the big good.
Just read that article because
No, but simulation, simulacra, and so on is oh right, it's the name of the article of the guy who writes that because he wrote it. Is he related directly to Videodrome, or is he just someone who happened to have had the same ideas? I think okay. So the simulation simulacra article written by that one Canadian guy.
oh right, I didn't know what you were referring.
Yeah.
You're referring to a subject.
Is that what you were
matter.
talking about when you said read the article?
Yeah.
I think the guy who wrote that article used to appear in Canadian television to tell people about that, and I think that's what inspired whatever his name Kronberg to write Videodrome.
Yeah, that's what the article says. Yeah, I didn't think of it from the angle that, from the level that the article says. I just kind of
Well, it's that that article exists because the world has stepped into the next part where ideologues will try to actually create their own realities in material form and in the minds of others by forcing it on them through these methods with simulations and simulacras.
Tape is hard.
Yeah.
Now kill yourself.
Now kill yourself. Long live the new flesh.
Videodrome is about libtards being brainwashed.
Clearly.
Long live new flesh.
Flesh. But yeah, they're possessed. Possessed. It's infernalism because we're in hell. It's infernalism because they're possessed. That's why you can call it that. That's why it's not such a stigma word anymore when you look at it, what it turns them into.
Isn't it more Malthian because they're possessed by concepts?
Malfians technically aren't possessed. They're willing servants.
Oh, I mean, are ideologues not willing servants?
No, I don't think so. They're in it for personal reasons.
Doesn't feel like they have free will. It feels like they're being
Yeah.
Videodrome.
Yeah, they do seem to have the distinct puppet aspect. But Malfians do, and Malfianism does, you know, branch out into Pentax and doing explicit possession things. So yes, a lot of it has to do with it. But it has this. The whole reason it is so appealing in the setting is because it is just these primordial animists that just say, "Well, I am now a servant of the primordial force of entropy because that's what I enjoy, because I agree with it." And then from there, it might be possession. But stepping outside of World of Darkness, um, matters of possession and living in hell and so on are much more salient than they are depicted as in any fantasy setting. I don't think there are many fantasy settings that exist that just say everybody's possessed, it's just to what degree, and who will say, well, there are small demons like wanting to be trad or wanting to be a liberal, and then there are the big demons like wanting to do crystal meth and doing anything for it,
I mean,
like fighting for your country.
yeah, Warhammer could have done that. It goes the wrong direction. It's not. It's humans controlling the. Not like the warp has to physically come and possess you.
Yeah, Warhammer took a turn for the away from grimdark and into trad to appeal to people when it could have said essentially that, well, the God Emperor is a warp demon too, and they're all possessed too. It's just the other half of the warp. There is no escape. Instead of just being about the good guys losing.
Okay, I know that fucking YouTube series is also fucking it up while they expand the lore. Because some of the things that Gilliman doing, the shit that the Emperor does in that fucking YouTube.
I haven't watched it.
But
I took like a big look at the whole lore and kind of got the essence of what was in there, and then just the details and what people do in the setting and so on are just lost on me.
it doesn't matter. But basically, if the Emperor woke up, he would just ban the Inquisition. He would dismantle the entire ecclesiarchy. He would basically fundamentally change the entire thing so that it appeals to our current morality and also atheism.
Well, yeah. If not Jesus came back, he would dab on everything because it's not as good as it could be. Well, that's just people manifesting their need to just wipe the setting off to square one so that they can rewrite it better. And there'll probably be like a successor to Warhammer that'll have better everything. What can I say? Execution, progression, and then it'll decay on its own too.
Would for just that space pirate thing, I would like to include like the horror, the warp, but even more horrifying because it's reality. Possessed by dread.
Just get possessed by yeah, it's like no, possession isn't necessarily Event Horizon.
That's just video drone.
It's just watching a guy spend like 10 years alone on his spaceship and just be slowly consumed by his obsessions. There used to be that kind of like noir. I guess noir was really the genre that picked it up because it kind of it played on the real life urban anxiety that led to that kind of behavior. And then you had like offshoots essentially of detective noir into fantasy settings, and that was good. I don't remember, but it happened so briefly. Like people are still making Philip K. Dick movies because he has that vibe to it, to all of his stories. That it is just about human psychology and how it is self-consuming and defeating. Guess that's why the VHS has work to do. I was telling Kyler this the other day, we talked about it. It seems that it really is the late 90s, early 2000s generation, or people who grew up during that time, or were teenagers during that time, that got to taste all of the apex, or the glory day, or the apogea of fantasy settings and fantasy stories and so on. Kids these days will just watch Netflix, which is going to be not fantasy setting and not fantasy operas or space operas with any kind of meaning behind them, and they will play Fortnite and so on. And all of that is lost on them. None will care about Warhammer-esque things
Uh, Warhammer's
or
getting
Philip K.
more.
Dick-esque things.
Warhammer's getting more popular as it dilutes itself down to fit them.
Well, because that's my point. Like, people don't care about the setting anymore. They are, well, kids at least. It starts with our generation. It's just, I'm sure you were exposed to massive amounts of media that had fantasy settings with some kind of what if twist or whatever that had some useful truths behind it. Well, that is being excised. Like, like we're the boomers at dinner yesterday were, you know, talking amongst them about how they watch Game of Thrones. Because even a boomer can watch that. There's no fantasy setting to it.
One show,
It is purely atheistic. There's no truth in there at all. It's just spectacle.
all age, all
And all cattle will be one and speak of one language.
I all dimensions.
So yeah, truth being stamped out of even the remotest of media.
Such an extent that people enjoy being brawls and never gets disturbed. They're going to try to stagnate conscious, raising awareness.
Or I think what's really happening is that they're creating two little worlds. The ivory tower is becoming richer by the day with it. Richer by the day in ways you wouldn't expect. There are people in the technocracy. There are black Jews right now, today, in the ivory tower, propagating ideas that you would never expect them to. I'm absolutely certain I've seen it. And yet, all of that is being turned into actual heresy back on the pro level. The air gap being, well, do you have any power? Are you part of the ivory tower or not? Are you worthy? You would have a grand time kidnapping random bankers and politicians and so on, just tying them up in a chair and making them spit their paradigm out. You'd have a grand time about it. Because all of it will be surprisingly reasonable, given their place in the world.
That's why the alt-right people are arguing with a guy who just argues in favor of hyper-capitalism with safety net. So funny to watch people watch a ideologue say pro-capitalism is and then make arbitrary distinctions. Explain why a banker isn't actually a real capitalist.
Not real.
Not real.
And they're not actually wrong. They're
Not,
not actually wrong.
not right either.
But they missed the point. They completely missed the point.
under the assumption that the presumption that they don't live in anarcho-capitalism right now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to throw the stuff at some, to get them, have them help me figure out where does nature begin and end. Does nature include when some abstract brainwashes you?
What do you mean, where nature begins and ends?
Say certain things are arbitrarily unnatural based on what they like.
What's meant by that is probably fairly clear. It's when the thing has not been influenced, reshaped, affected by humanity yet. So when a hurricane changes your way of thinking, and the hurricane is not man-made, you could say that's natural.
And then we're evolved around other program each other.
Yeah.
That unnatural.
Even though it is natural for us to do that. But to be fair, to use natural in the lexicon to just mean something that isn't caused by humans or of humanity.
Why is humanity excluded?
Okay distinction to make.
See this? This is where I think humanity kind of taints the waters. Why, like, humanity is part of nature. For animals. They can't understand this basic, like, translate how an animal brain, how those processes might carry over to how ours work. That would be the beginning of understanding the self, things around you, level. They don't want the truth. They want, I don't know, I think this is the very first topic. What I already remember how hard it was to abstract it. That they are searching for truth, just that their knowledge is insufficient. But why is it? Why are they more stagnant than the rest of us? Why can this guy who just shot up a war never have his ideology change? Whereas we can't hold on to a paradigm for life.
You speak for yourself, but I understand
Oh,
what you mean.
please, motherfucker.
I understand what you mean.
You're changing each other on the fucking dime. Can't escape it.
And so, what's the dilemma here?
Paradigm
What's
is
the
changing
quandary?
microscopically.
Say that again?
Your paradigm is changing, just not the entire thing.
Yeah, no, I
Parts.
agree. But what were you asking?
How can a guy, why is their life so stagnant compared to us? because they're not. Why? Why is there a lack? Is there a lack of chaos? Just never having that moment of inspection.
Because all factors are held constant, especially themselves.
I held. I don't know what you mean by that, but
So remember how we were talking about how yourself needs to be split apart so that you reach into the world of forms for
oh
what
yeah,
yourself should be and put it back together. That first impulse, maybe it does happen, but this guy doesn't put himself back together. He just shoots up people. You need to learn how to reach first
he was being sanded down by
into the
society,
abstract.
being sanded down, and he was restructured. Mentioned that his ideology hasn't changed for lies it or
Mm-hmm.
stop some.
I see someone like that, and I see someone whose sense of self has just been dabbed on pretty bad. But clearly, if he's going to become a Death Knight, he's he hasn't put his self back together. He hasn't learned to reach into the abstract, the meta, to even attempt to put himself back together. He's just quit and decided to go eye for an eye and split the world open. You know, I bet that if we went to mental wards and started a Hare Krishna style big cult camp farm and just got crazy, well, handpicked crazy people from the asylum, put them there, and then brainwash them into attempting this process, you'd have a lot of success. You'd have a lot of people coming out of it being self perpetuating change machines.
It's fucking like the one
Because
example when we were
4chan is an asylum.
in a just talking in trucks, carrying on normal conversations like this in front of people, say it helps them. It also happened in this kind of
Temporarily alleviates their anxiety.
they genuinely, for some reason, they're stagnated in what appears to us as very simple logic, like wisdom, to simple adages
Well,
to say about reality.
something that's already part of our paradigm is a revelation to them.
It's
And
just
it's
building blocks
extraordinary
of revelation.
because they don't have a paradigm. What do you think? I don't know. I bet any normie could shoot any what do you think question at you, and if you felt like you could give an answer without being lynched, you would always have one. You wouldn't ever, I don't know. You wouldn't ever genuinely, I don't know. That's because
Generally
you can
fun.
reach into the meta and be like, what can I take from there? Pull down here. Here, this is what I think.
long as it's nothing specific about something. Well, someone asked me if something was something I said. I was talking about psychology from some book about memetics. I just explained to them that you don't you don't need. You could just be the guy who writes those books. Humans make those up themselves. Memetics is an obvious conclusion to come to think on this shit. That's like beginner level.
But they've never been split open and had to reach and remake themselves. Or, in this Kitash server, you've got a lot of that. A lot of people who are split open and are either still putting themselves back together or just have abandoned attempting that and have found some other placatement. I think. Like that alright guy who just had his big headache about whammon. Split open fellow. Or splitting open, at least.
Which guy, Tim
He
Sal?
hasn't put himself. Oh, god damn it. Let's see if it works now. Hello? Oh, my earphones are dying. Let me try to fix this. Hello?
No.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Rambling for 5.5
BC.
hours.
No?
Oh, I'm sad to have missed it.
Haven't missed much.
It's the
Gave,
experience.
gave up on playing Total Warhammer because can't talk and coordinate. Siege. Because hard.
Not worth it.
Yep. They're split open, need to put themselves back together. I don't know.
Anyone on the internet can put them back together in any way they want.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of them are more split open internet dweller than others, of course. And they probably, well, the agent said that explicitly. They think that about us because we meme and do irony.
Bubble up a dub dub, I'm pickled dick.
Don't
Dab
do that.
on.
People with a paradigm don't do that. People with a paradigm don't talk about pickle Rick. Yeah.
Cell imagines you as a skinny emo kid. Doesn't.
That is very generously giving him good advice. If only he knew.
Fucking.
I am the priest of the zero.
What a character.
I really want to fucking make a video so I can explain to my subscribers the number thing, but I cannot do it justice by myself.
We'll do it when we all get together. How about that?
No, I don't. I don't remember who all. No, we need everyone who's been initiated in.
TM, you need to move your entire schedule back a month for
That's not gonna
us.
happen.
You
For 2
need to
months
do it.
because you can only take 5 days off at a specific time of the year. Give me a fucking break.
You need to fit our schedule.
Even though I am taking a flight that costs $500,000 from the other side of the world to spend several months tramping around your continent so that I can see your dumbass for maybe 48 hours. No, it's okay. I'll drop by when I can. Thank you.
Never gonna make it.
Depending on how this goes, I might drive out Philadelphia.
And fuck you niggers for saying. Like maybe only being able to take off 5 days from work, I understand you are Americans. But not wanting to pay gas to drive to the next city. Come on. You have a
Who
job.
says that? Is that your people that say that?
Probably. Probably conflating that with the rest of the the garbage, the trash people.
Because Philadelphia is not a short drive from Pittsburgh.
It's gonna be 40 minutes driving. Get there.
Like in Europe, you could go to 2 other countries.
And we do regularly.
Uh huh.
Shut up, con. Not even having.
That's true. We don't have air conditioners. Yeah, the big tour. I'll do my best on my side to make it happen. Maybe I'll actually show up later. I'll do the West first in October, do their Mime there, and then travel east if need be towards November.
Sounds like no one else on the East Coast.
I don't think anybody is on the southeast.
The only people on the eastern half are, yeah, you, Kit, Winnie, and a black guy that, well, he barely knows me, and to be fair, he's probably been politely trying to cut ties with the Nightmare Labyrinth after we ran that Rahoa game with him. Yeah, no really other bodies of note. Light.
Yeah. And it's a long way to go to do a thing with 3 people.
What, take a flight early November, pay $200 to go see 3 people I've been spending hundreds of hours talking to online. Maybe not. Maybe
Eh.
not.
I'm still in the mindset of driving everywhere, and you wouldn't be
I think
driving
more in
anyway.
terms of effort that's involved in driving than money,
It's a time thing because
because you're a
even if
baby.
yeah, even if you were to drive, or if I were to drive from my place to Dag's place, that would be like 10 hours in a car.
You guys are pathetic wages who have time for nothing. What can I say?
Yeah.
Fucking take vacations. Oh wait, vacations are 5 days long. Glorious. Take a vacation, but I sold myself into slavery.
At least we don't have daily seizures and our wage sucks.
Do I have daily seizures? Oh wait, no, because some Americans do. I forget.
I was referring to not everyone else.
Yeah. At least we get to take vacation.
Count your blessings. You're a slave, but you don't have a position.
We may be slaves, but at
We'll
least
have
we're
to
not
see.
in debt.
Maybe Bashunin will come to the East Coast with me, although he probably doesn't have much to do over there.
Probably has even less than you.
Yeah, but he did do it before. He did do it before. God bless
Ah,
that man because chaos followed in his trail. And that's, of course, also a process of discovering who doesn't actually want me to visit because they don't actually want me anywhere near. And I guess this place isn't that relevant to this place, but in the Nightmare Labyrinth, a lot of that happens.
that doesn't surprise me.
Why, hello, Anon. I'm just an hour's drive away. I'll go visit. Oh no, I don't live here anymore. I'm outside your door. I'm looking at you through the window. No, that's not me. No, my wife and I, we've actually moved back to the other continent. We're not here anymore. Leave.
I am outside your house.
We be out
I'm
here.
gonna wave at you with the gun.
I'm gonna call your phone. I can hear it ringing.
The cat, little girl. Hand over the cat.
We just want the cat.
Just want the cat. Stop asking for us to do things to you.
That really is the same girl, isn't it?
That cat collection will have to happen. Yes, it is.
It's a small world after all.
It's a small internet world.
Yeah.
Who knows? Might run into another used up e-girl. Oh wow, it's a small world. To be
Based
fair though,
Sam
it
Hyde.
seems like this Kitset place used to be like one of the nexus points of outright discords or esoteric outright discords. And people seem to just kind of leave ish.
Oh, Dutch seems like the guy who knows everybody.
Clearly the better of them and the one who found this place.
Yeah.
Maybe not found it, but took an interest. And it is entertaining to see that there are separate war bands forming, mostly off of the internet, mostly off of the chans. Unlike most war bands, just fizzle out into nothingness when mundane pressures come in.
The fact that no one.
Yeah, but
That's why you gotta have
that
your
can be
finger
surmounted.
in a dozen pots
The Nightmare
so
Labyrinth
you'll
is proof
find
of that.
somebody. Starts meditating.
Before we crashed in and started VCing with them for 10 hours a week, they were still doing the Black Sun prayers.
Yeah. It's a completely different environment now that the boys converged.
That was about, but I kind of regret that I called them started.
No, it is.
It is.
I don't know what it
He is a
was.
LARPer trying to find his paradigm.
I don't know what it
And
was,
he's
and I did fucking meditate to Yamantaka.
And how did that work for you?
Visions the first time.
The Black Sun boys are different. There's a lot of baggage with that.
well, it's just that it's cultish behavior and that it is still having that possession in you. The outright demon eating at you,
Pseudo
whispering you little lies
Krautoid.
of perfect futures,
I think we've completely
perfect trad futures.
cut them off from alt-right poison with never started posting rumors, and that expanded to making fun of alt-righties. Because the golden one recommending you which trad video games to play, which faction and trad is Dark Elves.
What a joke.
You really want to
I think they're
fucking.
still.
You want to gauge if you're completely cut off from the alt right. Watch Destiny. Hates. See if you see how retarded they are.
I think he is, especially agent, indulging you when you share all of this, but that he still has those he's still very partisan of the outright belief and so on.
What was it
And
somebody
he does
posted?
resent a little bit, or at least he's poking flaws in your persona by saying that you're a mimetic internet kitty.
I told them the Mossad grows Sam Hyde clones in vats. And then someone just replied to me, dang, there's millions of losers talking about this. Way basically took the lounge right now. I said that.
Oh, that's a woman. That doesn't matter. If it doesn't come out of Dutch's or Agent's mouth, it's not.
Yeah. Let's see.
I talked to this American girl on the voice chat yesterday as it was ending, and it ended because she's just yet another person with nothing to say.
Yeah. She came on, said hi,
Not
and
even the insane possessed little girl from before.
no,
This one's another actual Normdroid.
the most interesting thing about her is that she gets paid under the table. And that's pathetic.
At least Dutch has real experience.
Like earlier, yesterday, Dutch said, I stretched my arm here for no reason. Memeing about doing a Nazi salute or whatever. That's pretty epic.
No, see, at least he has the post irony to it. The other guy actually thought it was about Thule.
Yeah.
But it's all right. It is
Yeah.
paradigms. It is paradigms. You need to step through the paradigms, and they're still in that. They're in the esoteric outright paradigm, or at least Agent is especially. Don't
And
work out of it.
that's okay. I was in there for a little bit too. But it's one of those things. Yeah, you need to stop eventually.
Remember when he said that when he called me Antifa because he said the revolution was justified while we were watching Sex in the City? Agents.
To be fair, it makes it hard to know when it's post ironic banter or if it's actually serious, because he has sometimes some serious beliefs and he rants about how memes are bad.
I could tell that was like supposed to appear as a joke, but the intent is to denounce what I said. I was being serious. Watching those
because
people
it hurt.
Be so decadent. Chop their heads off.
Yeah. Yeah. Eat the rich. I think he's still in that Western mindset where he's just a temporarily inconvenienced rich person.
Yeah. All the other ones there are basically retarded, and then Dutch,
I
at
like
least,
that mindset. It's the real millionaire mindset right there.
Yeah.
like when you talk to Dutch, you can at least tell that you're kind of connecting to a real person. Agent's still trying to get there. Others are
Well, he has a paradigm. It's just he needs to work through it. There's no putting him down for it. Just because he puts you down for it too.
I really don't care until they inevitably say something stupid. I have to respond. Like that one fucking.
You have no patience.
That one fucking guy in the YouTube comments of my videos, I replied with 2 fucking videos because he was so stupid.
I don't recall what you're talking about. What's the rundown?
That's the two of the three things I last uploaded. That was me
All right.
responding to him because he encapsulated the absolute ideological retardation of our time.
All right. Let me see if I can't find what we're talking about here.
I was also at work, so I was just basically yelling at him, calling him a retard and faggot.
Yeah.
I used to enjoy listening to your commentary, but now you don't care about furries, so now this. Because I care about I care about people abusing animals. So that's why I watch YouTube videos about furries being insulted.
And ironically, what upsets me the most about them.
Yeah. Senseless cruelty is only fun if it's to people.
It was just the implication that he was pretending to care about animals being abused and not that he is a loser who wants someone to punch down on because his feels fucking powerless.
I don't know. I still don't know who this is.
I don't fucking care.
That's funny.
Oh, that person. I don't know who these women are. I explicitly said
People who
several
need
times.
Friend Simulator and so end up listening to your videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oda?
Yeah, well,
We. We.
we.
This woman is subscribed to me too.
That's fucking weird then.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'll be awake running a game. Been rambling for 6 hours instead of sleeping.
You could get like 8 hours in.
Not gonna be a complicated by running.
Yeah. We did a fun one last night.
Played as a woman.
I did. It might have happened, but it didn't. I was gonna shoot some people if they tried it.
Was that comment on the Autismo Limbo recordings?
No, that's on Dag's, Mr.
Yeah,
Daggers. Yeah.
I was somewhat worried that someone started watching those.
I do watch those and we don't know who they are.
Yeah, they all have like 60 views.
They do?
Yeah.
They don't.
Some of them have over 100.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
How disturbing.
I know for a fact that there's like two guys who have repeatedly told me that they watching them. Do I listen?
Like IRL?
No, I don't remember where, but somewhere on the internet.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's terrifying.
I don't know who they
Some of
are.
them are from like just a couple months ago. Hundreds of hours. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's the least viewed one is about anime and motivation.
That was also the least
And Pitch I'm in My Lane is one of the
interesting.
least viewed ones. Nice.
Well, okay, I think when we were at the time of those ones, I was uploading them. No, that was still on this. I think I can't tell. A lie. Probably it was probably on the old one.
Yeah, those are all re-uploads.
They don't have the hyphens in them.
The anime motivation one, I was sitting in voice with you alone, and I was incredibly sleep deprived.
Just remember Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah,
But the
and I
others have
remember
30 solid views, 40, almost 100.
complaining about not wanting to do anything.
The worst part is that the time to actually none of these are information dense at all, and they're
Actually,
so wrapped up in just memetics proper too that you would have to know.
the reason I started, the reason I still record is because we always have like good pacing conversation that someone would be able to listen to it.
Yeah, it's because we're having a conversation. And it's like TM said, it's a friend simulator.
Because
That's
it is.
true.
I fucking spent years watching these guys make fun of Let's Players and video games because they had classy humor, poured countless hours. As a friend sim. Tell me, I mean, it's at least worth recording when Dutch and Kitsune first talked to each other and they started talking about the transplutonian portals. I could immediately click to fucking record.
A bunch of crazy men.
I want someone to fucking have to go through all this shit.
No, don't worry, people get paid to.
Fucking video of Kyler verbally abusing that one girl in here. Then he got drunk and passed out.
I'm well, I was gonna say I'd be sad, but I'll be a little disappointed when he dies.
Gonna die fucking eventually from constant alcohol and benzo. Oh fuck! I wasn't. God, I hope I don't. I hope I fucking have a recording of that when It was probably at work when it was me, Kitsune, and Christian, and Kyler was just snoring in the background, and whenever he stopped snoring, we thought he died, and Kitsune started praying. and then Kyler came on the next day and started screaming that his mother yelled at him because someone was praying on his computer.
Prayed on his computer.
Because I was saying, like, what if he actually dies? That would actually suck. I know we humor him, then that actually guilt tripped Kitsune and he started praying.
What a scene to walk in on. Just Kyler, your son, just snoring on his back with someone
And just
praying
noise
on the
coming from his
computer.
computer. And not even normal praying.
Too much. There's there's this one video. It's 8.5 hours long, and the title is "I Don't Remember." I don't remember what it was about.
Oh, I didn't upload this recording yet. What was it? I don't remember.
Fuck it.
Throw it up there.
I'll let them figure it out.
Oh, what a treasure. What an absolute treasure.
Why? See, like, why does the video about tabletop tech spooks, Refin, Kyler, have sex, China have 144 views?
The one before it has 35. The one after has 22.
That one had a spike in attention.
Probably because all of those words will make the machine draw people in.
Surprised no one's ever found the parts where I accidentally have screen.
The FBI will know.
And the FBI will know.
I already know they went through my phone. It's such a unintentionally magnificent way to make them think that I'm just a loser. Stop fucking.
Oh, they never stop.
Just end the fucking interrogation.
Bad and pregnant. This looks like a good thread. Bad and pregnant.
Slow burn. A chilling slow.
A chilling slow burn.
I don't know why that was being spammed on TV. But-
It's TV. Why is anything spammed on there?
But I read one post that gave me some context, and it was one guy who insulted a movie or something, or one guy who genuinely said it's like chilling slow burn, and then they looked at that and they shit posted it into fucking oblivion, spammed it for days.
TV board.
The television.
Can't believe the soy face spamming is already over. Oh wait, found one for the Joker. I can visualize why they did. Like probably one guy who sounded like he was kind of a redditor. Guy just green text soy face. Then the mods delete it. Cites the spam in retaliation for weeks.
Get dabbed on, Janie Trainee.
Jenny Trainee.
Everything we do for you. Yeah, I have OBS set to only capture the Discord window itself. So none of my fun stuff ever gets shown.
I have a suspicion that it's probably similar to my stuff anyway.
Yeah, probably.
I haven't recorded things in years because I resent having my own recordings of myself sent back to me by people I had the conversation with years later.
I would love for some fuck to have to listen. It's just I would actually
Like if in a decade I somehow went through the trouble of sending it back to you and saying, hey, remember that one time you were browsing TV while talking? And just find all of those instances and do that over and over.
for that time the Mossad grew Sam Hyde clone. That's
Oh, shut up. I hate hearing my voice.
I like how Kyler is self-aware that his voice sounds kind of gay. He used to hate my voice because I sound like
Like, it's one of those things, if you listen to recordings of yourself regularly, you get used to it.
no, I genuinely used to sound like a retard. And
We all sound like retards.
chaotic world slowly
Getting used to it.
made my voice more digestible.
Yeah. That's nice.
Now apparently I sound like I have a singing voice. I sound like Johnny Cash. I sound like a villain. I sound like I don't remember the other ones I was talking.
Maybe we should just start a band. Goat can do production.
3-foot dick.
3-foot dick.
It would sell albums just because of the title.
It would. Three-foot dick.
Just have the album art be actual food of one.
Well, it's like that one. Oh man, I don't know if I can find the album now. I'm gonna try, but it's just like artistically edited hentai.
Yeah, in
My
itself.
side, 'cause
Yeah,
I'm
it's actually a fantastic album.
Slanesh approves when you do that.
Your album is blessed.
Chosen.
Chosen. It's chosen.
Cows.
Chosen album. Oh, that's nice. Album cover is a
Yes.
pyramid on fire.
Pyramid on fire, see? Hitting all the right spots.
Very, very nice album cover. I like it a lot. Very cool.
I would create an album cover that is that is an anime girl into the New York skyline.
While we're talking of album covers of
the Twin
anime
Towers.
girls, this is an excellent album. I would actually suggest you guys give that one a listen.
Vaguely.
The Not Vaporwave playlist.
Needs all the edge it can get.
Yeah, it's better that way.
Maybe even have it be multiple genres. The more chaotic and edgy, the better. But like I was saying, the best idea would be to just find some band that would actually go through the process of producing, writing, making music for less than $1,000 a song.
Man, it
And you
should
just hand them the lyrics,
like
describe the general aesthetic.
there's bands out there who want to write about deep shit, supernatural stuff. Like, they don't even have to actually have the experience because we can just give them, we can be the mediator, give them the holy lyrics. They don't really go into a labyrinth and talk to a black entity, come back with lyrics for them to sing.
Talk to the spirit of Tupac, come back with the lyrics, and just have a song in there that's just a 3-second loop.
Would be a hit with the boomers.
And
Yes,
call
it
it
would.
3-second loop, because it's on the 3 Foot Dick album.
Your song's a 3-second loop.
That is what they like these days.
At least
Creating vaporwave out of 3-second loops would be pretty based.
virtually what they do.
Oh, we had to listen to Zoomer rap in some of the media that we saw, and that is actual cancer.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
Not even. That's like.
Isn't it? Or is that
That's right.
millennial rap?
No,
That's millennial.
no, Gucci Gang isn't sufficiently garbage enough.
You're saying it's actually good.
It's saying it's garbage. It's not garbage enough. Gotta be more
enough,
garbage.
yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I need to ask the Zoomer we have in Labyrinth for music suggestions.
Gucci gang. Oh.
That's it right now, Tina.
Lil Pump.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Gucci Gang.
Oh. Yeah. Big head on the Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Gucci gang. Spread their racks on new chain. Yeah. My bitch love do cocaine. Ooh.
See, this is just normal
Pretty
fucking.
cancerous.
This is cancerous, but it's just average rap.
Ah, that's true.
It's true.
My Billa do cocaine. That is typical. Fucking Bifiga honey. Yeah, yeah.
Lean and Dab was worse.
Lean and dab. Lean and dab.
Lean and Dab was worse. But that's not even it yet. It has to be ambiguous where you don't even know it's a pop song or a rap song anymore.
It has to be like you're walking through the parking lot and you hear someone say that and you just have to tell them that their music is shit. It's like an injustice to not tell them that.
Check, and it's a 16-year-old girl listening to it.
No, it'd be. No, that's not disappointing enough. It would actually be a 35-year-old white guy in a polo shirt.
A Brad. No, that would also be expected.
Would be, because I didn't see him. Infernalist light mode, go.
This guy's channel's okay.
I thought we were.
I
doing
hate him
dance.
because he uploaded a couple of videos before I did.
This aesthetic is alright.
No, I really like it.
This run really stopped me on that mixtape.
And it does not get old.
I'm still listening to Veteran of the Psychic Wars.
Well, Blue Oyster Cult is timeless.
I also expanded into appreciating Cultosaurus. Thought I just had the one good song, but I like a couple others.
What would you say your favorite Blue Oyster Cult song is?
Veteran of the Psychic Wars is honestly like one of the best songs ever.
Hard to beat. Very hard to beat. Maybe not best ever, but definitely,
Yeah.
definitely their best.
I don't know what, like I can't think off the top of my head. Like I'd honestly put
I
that
like
in
the
like the top
Imaginos
10.
album much more.
Say again,
than the
TM.
others.
I also like Imaginos. It's just that
And the entire album's great.
Imaginos has more good songs, but Veteran of the Psychic Wars is just the best song.
Well, it's good because it's relevant, lyrics-wise, but musically it is a bit poor.
I like Joanne Crawford.
I got
Yeah,
sick of that
it's
one.
a good example of a very musically rich track.
The lyrics are, they're okay, but
Alright.
nothing to write home about lyrically.
Magna of Illusion. Fucking probably the most addictive one. Or Astronomy. On the
Les
Imaginos album.
Invisibles would probably be my favorite track by them in general.
Which one?
Les Invisibles.
Oh yeah, I do like that one too.
777
7.
Just because it has that pure form of cult feel to it.
7 years.
Seven sages. Put the rhymes to the seven heads.
And this remains one of Black Ceiling's best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like these artists like they peak because they get lucky and have one great track.
Well, the guy has a lot of good tracks, and a few great tracks, and a whole lot of ones that are just forgettable.
This is the same guy who made Ride Through My City Like I'm Fucking King Kong.
This is the same guy.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know if
The
he
guy
made
is-
that, but he remixed
Well,
it.
it was a sample, yeah. But yeah, the guy is very, very good at what he does.
Lasers is probably his. I'd say Lasers is the best one actually.
I'd say top 5. I really, really like this one.
Well, I like this one too because it's for house games.
like this one's about 9/11 in my head. I know it's not about 9/11, but that's what I associate it with.
It has machine gun fire, so I imagine. Well, I mean, it's clearly about a guy like probably shooting a bunch of cartel people in Mexico. It says something about Mexico.
Yeah, they're gonna kill my family.
I actually think this is from that Narcos show, just because a YouTube
It
comment said
is.
that.
Yeah, no, comments didn't say it, I don't think. Because, well, no, what I did, this was before the video had been uploaded to YouTube by this dude. I ended up Googling the sample and figuring out that it was from Narcos.
Oh, that's probably it.
It has a distinct crime wave feel to it,
Yeah.
regardless.
Crime Wave Kino.
Crime wave.
Crime.
Oh, here. Suggestion from the Zoomer. In the 911.
Suicide bullets. So glad the FBI watched my music
What was the
videos.
crime wave aesthetic? Was the mafia and organized crime and so on. No, it's just become about, yeah, lone wolves, just random poor people with zero ethics, hyperviolence.
Violence. Violence, violence, violence. Violence. I don't care. Lone Wolves are Kino. They're very good. Very good. They fit the
I'm not
world
saying
of
it's a
terror.
bad thing.
They
I'm saying
fit
Zoomers
the
had the
world of
wrong
terror.
ideas. No, it's just condensed into raw violence.